Testing.
Are we ready?
I tested them before. We're all good.
We're good? It is 5:30. I will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have anyone for closed session items? No? No one virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move into the city council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 6 items before the council in closed session this evening. First, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant, Maricela Alcantar, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant, Julio Garcia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Rhiannon Ralston v. City of Porterville, Tulare County Superior Court Case Number PCU 294353. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council's Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Clifford Helms v. City of Porterville, Tulare County Superior Court Case Number 303334. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council's Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. And item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases. Staff's report.
Thank you. It's 5:32. We will now go into closed session. It is 6:39. We will reconvene, open session, and report on reportable action items taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Beltran, and remain standing for an invocation or moment of silence.
Salute, pledge.
Is there anyone that would like to come forth and do an invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you for this glorious day. Thank you for bringing us together to do the city's business. Lord, be with us this evening as we consider things like freedom. Freedom can only come from you, Lord, and we know that. We know that freedom is something that is not given back from the government. Lord, help us to stand fast for freedom that the Constitution protects tonight. A very serious matter on the agenda. Lord, be with the councilmen, be with them, and help them to make the right decisions for our city, to make sure that what happened in the COVID hysteria doesn't happen again in this city. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? You may be seated. Okay, Mr. Wickersham, are you in the audience? Mr. James, would please come forward. We're now going to do the presentation for the Employee of the Month.
Good evening. December 2023 Employee of the Month, James Wickersham. James began his service with the City of Porterville in February 2007 as a Building Inspector 1 for the Engineering Department. James became the Chief Building Inspector in 2015 and was promoted to Chief Building Official in late 2022. Earlier this year, he passed all 3 state tests to become a certified building official, and in doing so, fulfilled all of the requirements of the position. James is in charge of the building division and manages 6 employees. His primary tasks are to perform plan checks and inspections on building construction occurring throughout the city. James is on call after work hours and is requested when a vehicle runs into a building or if there's a structure fire in order to assess its safety. In his position, James gets to interact with other departments and finds it enjoyable to get to know many others within the city. James has been married to his wife, Tricia, for 9 months. He has 1 son, 4 stepchildren. In his spare time, he enjoys golfing, snowboarding, camping, riding ATVs, playing 8-ball pool, and hanging out with family. Through the years, James continues to be a model employee for the city. He is always willing to help anyone from contractors and designers on permits to residents and coworkers with general questions, and does so in a courteous and professional manner. James exemplifies the hard work pays off mantra as he has ascended not only in positions, but his own personal knowledge. He has always had a desire to more fully understand code requirements, and went from knowing only framing and sheetrock to being an authority on code compliance and legal regulations. James has invested many hours outside of work through personal studies and numerous trainings in the 16+ years he has been with the city. He has become a valuable resource to his coworkers and likes to impart his knowledge with the community when they have questions. We are blessed to have James, not only for his work contributions, but for the great person that he is. Thank you for leading by example. We all appreciate you. Please join me in congratulating James as Employee of the Month for December 2023.
And I couldn't have done it without everybody who helped me throughout the, I couldn't do it without everybody who helped me over the years. Fun, challenging, but fun. Jason, Javier, and good team, we're all teams, so. Sarah, you helped me a lot, Javier helped me a lot. Good for life. Next speaker, and one of Thank you.
And now we'll go into the presentation from the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation update.
Good evening, Mayor Flores.
Good
and
evening.
Thank you, council members, for welcoming me back. I told you I was going to come back and report kind of where we're at, and I'm very, very excited to share how we've done since this council approved renewed membership for the current fiscal year 22-23. Very pleased to share with council that we have added 9 new private sector members, which include Tule River Tribe, Collier's Commercial, True North Physicians Network, Remax Commercial, Atlas Solar, Valley Children's Hospital, EECU, Proteus, and Seton Farms. Our goal for this current fiscal year was $70,000, and the last 5 years, the EDC was challenged with successfully recruiting private sector. I'm very pleased to share that we not only have currently met that goal, and we're not even halfway through our current fiscal year, but we've exceeded that goal. Our current private sector contributions is $74,500. We did also receive a significant grant from the Bank of the Sierra for $25,000. I continue to pursue creative ways to sustain our funding, which is including our partnership with GoBiz through our Governor's Business and Economic Development Office. We're currently seeking about a little over $1 million in potential funding, hopefully for the next fiscal year, to help aid us in potentially paying for staff roles. There may be some funding coming down from the state. We're excited because this year we're celebrating our 40th anniversary of the TCEDC. If you haven't been receiving our e-newsletters, we recently shared that Sequoia Regional Economic Development Corporation is celebrating the ARM, which is TCEDC. So I invite our council members and our staff members, our city managers, assistant city managers to come to our event on Friday, March 1st. But so far, we have been very successful in recruiting private sector as we lead into celebrating our anniversary, which is our big annual economic summit on Friday, March 1st at the Visalia Wyndham Hotel.
Thank you very much for coming back in the report. And as I mentioned to council members before, if you've never attended the summit, I encourage your attendance. Thank you. Did anyone else have a comment? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Flores and council members.
We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. We will continue to adhere to the 3-minute per speaker time period so that we, as city council, can continue in an orderly fashion to proceed with the scheduled items and decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forth? Please do so now. Fernando.
Good evening, everyone. This is very short, to the point. My name is Jean Baffiatis, 528 West Dexter, Porterville, California. I remember your parents, how many times they came to school, helping kids out. Thank you, appreciate that. And they're still helping people. This is to the Porterville City Council board members. I strongly oppose the proposed medical freedom resolution presented by Councilman Greg Meister. I feel it is not the right of the city council members to engage in political issues disguised as resolutions or proclamations. You do not have the right to mandate your own personal feelings, beliefs, or moral code as being representative of all the people in Porterville. You have to represent all of it. And the city council, I consider your jobs, what you've been doing and working hard, talking about the issues we had last week with the police, or everything like that, but not political Porterville issues. No, you do not belong to be in those political, hard issues that are coming up now. We're here for all the Porterville people, not just your personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so.
Good evening, people from Porterville, citizens, and prosperous people alike that try to have everything that's good stay in Porterville. My name is Sergio Gonzalez. I live over off of West Putnam School District, 1285 West Putnam, there right on the corner. My problem with the council and just with a lot of the city ordinances and everything else that's been kind of either disregarded or just not seen. There's so many little things that are really big things that are problems, immediate problems within the city limits. I mean, not just the casino matters, I believe. I mean, I don't know how many people know what California gaming is. And that casino is off territory grounds. It's illegal for that casino to be open, just like the other casino over in Silver Springs that they allocated money to build that casino there. There's so many people that are going free and that are embezzling so much money out of California for the past 30 years. It's embarrassing for me to have to be part of these private sector I don't know, it's embarrassing for the steward that helped me be a part of all this stuff, that it just seems that there's nobody to represent those litigation matters that I've been asking to see a city lawyer for since I understand, I guess there are private matters that only certain officials get to listen to, but I mean, I've been here plenty of times and I don't like complaining and I don't like watching the city go down the drain. But there's over the past 30 years, there's been so much overlooked that this town is not progressing anywhere good, anywhere better, anywhere that's more aesthetically nicer to be in. The businesses, I mean, the mom and pop shops, the pizza shops, the restaurants, all these people have gone in and out of business, the grocery stores. The development of all these things is just, it's embarrassing to see how bad it's been. Like, the education system throughout the whole United States, I believe, is, they must have invested in Drano and they don't know where the hole is. Because I mean, the black hole in the galaxy is not above Porterville, and it shouldn't be coming in from there either. I'm sorry to complain about what none of us can fix in one day, but with everything that's going on in politics and everything that's going on locally, with each other's help, just having a little barbecue with each other, just to event within each other in the neighborhoods, I think it would be a good thing for everybody to do that.
Thank you.
Meetings, the square.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
the perfect place
Gonzalez.
for everybody to be there. I mean, we're all friends. This place isn't that big, you know?
Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so now.
We need to keep money here. It's not free money, you know? It needs to stay in Porterville. The embezzlers that I grew up with, I know these people. I am the one that needs to talk to the law enforcement people that are done with Mr. Lawless.
I'm going to ask you to please remove your hat.
I know you will. Okay. Don't know if it's combed or not, but we'll see how it goes.
That's okay.
All right. All right, well, I just wanted to, Josh Flowers, Strathmore. Tonight, I think we have a good opportunity here to speak about the sickness that spread across our country and our community. And I'm not talking about COVID-19. I'm talking about how we handled it by dividing families, friends, and neighbors during that time. Our country, our community was sick because we were not united. You know, it led us to go put up signs just to make people aware that, hey, everybody has their own rights. They can have their own way to think. The resolution before you today is one which supports civil liberties, individual liberties, which is the fabric of our society. Tonight, I'm here to make it the argument by voting against this resolution. It means that you're more comfortable with violence against innocent people than I am. I believe we all want the same thing for people: happy, healthy, prosperous, and free. But the way that we get there are different. Here's what I mean by that. When I see a problem, as a human being, as a Christian, as an American, I look to go see how I could donate. I go see how if I need to spend some money to help them out, or do I need to go and help? And if I invite that person who's going to vote against this into the conversation, they actually have a choice. And in that choice, they get to make a decision to either leave the conversation or participate. And if they leave, either way, they get to do so in peace. Now, on the other hand, the person who votes no against the resolution will pick government programs, raise taxes, regulate, create laws. And if I resist, you'll deprive me of my liberties and my property. Depending on how hard I resist, you'll even consider taking my children and even my home. Not because I didn't want to help, just I didn't want to do it their way. So how do you square that with being tolerant? See, Porterville chose coercion, aggressiveness, and violence during the pandemic and how we handled it. See, the falsehood rooted that it's kindness, tolerance, equity, charity, peacefulness, all for the greater good. That's what it is. It's falsehood. If we don't think exact same way that you do, you'll bring the full weight of the government down upon us in a very violent way to solve the problem. Now, this happened 2 years ago in this chamber. I think it's to this month, when we've arrested a 76-year-old grandmother whose mask fell below her nose. We can't hide it. We did it. Now, life is about learning from our mistakes. Tonight we have the opportunity to acknowledge the individual has the right to make their own medical decisions, and we could keep history from repeating itself. We have to trust that the individual is going to do the right thing, and as a city, as a government, we have to give true and accurate information so people can make that decision and be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so.
I have an item to distribute. Fernando. Thank you. My name's Corey Wells. I am distributing a City of Palmdale ordinance out of their municipal code. It was passed in 2022. I think that the resolution tonight is a beautiful resolution, and I would implore this council to go even further with passing ordinances that stipulate into the code exactly what this city has done. This city, the City of Palmdale passed ordinance to prohibit government entities, agents, subdivisions, and any businesses doing business in this jurisdiction of Palmdale from that it prohibits them from having doing requiring vaccine passports, vaccine passes, or any type of documentation certifying an individual's COVID-19 vaccination status. And it also prohibits the discrimination on hiring and also termination based on COVID-19 vaccination status. It also prohibits mandatory testing. And it also says that contracts are not to be given to any business that does any of this. This is necessary, and as local leaders, it is your responsibility to ensure that our rights are protected. This is about local rule. You have the ability, and you're really compelled in your position to do the work of protecting us, because you matter to you're our most accessible government. You have the most impact on us, and everybody for many decades have continued to look towards the federal government for protection, and they aren't there to help us. It is on you guys, and I would definitely implore you to support the resolution tonight and consider going further. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Fernando. Brock Neely, address on record. So, Mr. Meister, I didn't know you were progressive. Your second whereas, if followed to the word, means you agree to transgender affirming care and abortions. In Jacobson v. Massachusetts, which I presented to you last meeting, on the first page, the liberty secured by the Constitution of the United States does not import an absolute right in such persons to be at all times, and at all circumstances wholly freed from restraint, nor is it an element in which liberty that one person or one minority of persons residing in any community and enjoying the benefits of the local government should have the power to dominate the majority when supported in their action by the authority of the state. Nullifies your whole resolution. Now, the document I gave you is the Treaty of Tripoli. It was signed by our president. It was actually written by one of our presidents. Article 11 of that treaty states, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense funded or founded on the Christian religion, as it is in itself no character of entity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of the Muslims, and as is the states never entered into any war or act of hostility against the Muslim nation. Right there, one of our founding fathers states that this is not a country founded on Christianity. The First Amendment allows you to practice Christianity. It is not a Christian nation. If you want a theocracy, go to Israel, go to Saudi Arabia, go to Iraq, go to Iran, go to Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Please do so. Please hold your applause. We're conducting a meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marilyn Malloy. I'm a wife, mother of two, and founder of Unmasked Tulare County. I remember March of 2020 very vividly. I was trying to work those last few weeks before my husband and I would fly to Spain on a business trip. Then all of a sudden, we were hearing news that there was this mysterious illness that had made its way from China, and people were infected left and right. The president had canceled all international flights. We were asked to wear a mask and stay at home. We were told to do this for 2 weeks to slow the spread. And then 2 weeks turned into 2 months, and so on. And so I began to question what was going on. There were therapeutics such as hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin that were being offered but quickly got shunned. The narrative was then that the only thing that would cure this was a vaccine. When the vaccine came out, I decided to do my due diligence and research it. I got a copy of the vaccine insert and discovered, as you can see, that it's intentionally blank. That's all it says on there, intentionally blank. What are the ingredients? What are the side effects? Isn't this paper the informed consent? How is that proper informed consent? And this is what was being offered under an EUA. Anything that's under an EUA needs to be given the right for refusal. You guys can look that up. Why weren't people allowed to ask questions? Why was this a one-size-fits-all solution? What about religious rights? What about those who have been previously vaccine injured? Whenever someone is vaccine injured, they are usually advised to not get any more vaccines. People weren't given the right to opt out. And what about bodily autonomy? People were told that they had to give over the rights of their body for the greater good. People have quickly began to lose faith in those we once trusted, including our elected officials. The resolution sitting before you is a phenomenal opportunity to let the people of Porterville know that you support their bodily autonomy, that you support their freedom of speech and freedom of religion. Passing this resolution will help bridge the gap of distrust that has been wedged between elected officials and those who elected you into those seats. I hope that you make the right decision to pass this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Maestro, I would like to thank you for your service on the council. And I have to say one thing is, first of all, where is your public health nurse to maybe guide some of these people? And the other thing is,
Please state your name and address, please, for the
my
record.
name is Kathy Janney. Address is, I just moved, 185 North Cottage Street in Porterville, apartment A. And I just would like to see the combined efforts. I know COVID was a mess. I came in here with a rare genetic disorder that had the police not made that lady put a mask on, I could have died. So there are lots of principles here that people are kind of, everybody was crammed together. I was in classwork online where people were stopping shipments. We still have stopped shipments that are affecting people today for your medications. If any of you are hearing medications aren't in, that's why. It was because of COVID, and there aren't even enough shipment containers to get the meds here, and people are doing without. And it's like there's no bridge between you and this. And it's rough. It was one of the roughest things we ever went through. I basically ended up and down with my disorder. How much of it was from COVID, I have no idea. But I know I have a rare genetic disorder that is autoimmune. So it was terrifying to me because I was just finding out just as COVID came out. I was like, just don't breathe on me yet. I don't even know what I'm allergic to. I was scared to death. And it had to be just as rough on them as it was on us. And I'm sure your public health nurse is wonderful. And I know that hopefully we can come to a resolution that brings both sides into context. And I want to thank all of you who came here to speak, all of you who serve publicly, and my father served. Thank you for your service. And thank you for all of yours. I think I'm done. I have 33 seconds.
Thank you. Is there someone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Good evening. My name is T, Road 19839 through 64. Greetings, board members. Thank you very much for the time to hear our hearts and our minds. Christmas is coming. I hope you guys are all ready. Merry Christmas to you in advance. I would like to bring before you a very deep concern of mine, although I know that I am not alone, as more people than not have the same opinions and concerns. There is an alarming push to hijack our freedoms, and that we have been so blessed with in this nation. One such subject is our medical freedom. We are granted in the Constitution of the United States such liberties of freedom to choose what and when we accept and what we put in our bodies. We have been blessed with the authority over our children to do the same. We clothe them. We tend to our families in our homes the way that works for us. America has been a place to run to for many decades for people all over the world that long to escape tyranny and dictatorship. We are here in this nation. We have the power to choose what is right for us and what is right for our families. Many narratives out there are painting these days a very solid portrait of those who just want to live and express themselves in a way that makes them happy, comfortable, or just plain be themselves. I don't see a system that is rising up against this choice of lifestyle or mindset. In fact, if you want to be a cat, here's a litter box for you. The point I'm trying to make is this: we the people, the ones that work to provide, the ones that put the food on our tables, make the rules we live by in our home, guard our children, guide them and teach them about God and morals, and we get to choose which doctor we connect with, what kind of preventative measures that we choose. We, that people, are used to making the decisions for ourselves and our family, and we would like to stress to you here the importance of keeping that authority. We've earned it, and it has been granted to us by God, our Creator. It's not something we're willing to give away. I'm sure you can hear the words that we're saying, and I'm certain that you yourselves have gotten quite comfortable with making your own decisions as well, and that affect you and your family members. I pray that the Lord grants you all godly wisdom as you tend to this city. And in closing, with all due respect to the gentleman's comment prior to, this country wasn't only founded on Christian Judeo values, it was given to us by God, its designer. Thank you kindly. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
Good evening, council. My name is Jimmy Malloy. I am a resident of Tulare, and the reason I'm here tonight is I'm excited about this process. I was really thrilled to see this resolution on the agenda because I do believe this is the role of city councils and city governments to have these conversations. I appreciate the back and forth that's happened even up here during public comment, because that's what this is about, is exchange of ideas. It's about everybody being able to have a voice and to come in and live as they see fit between them and their Creator. What I see in the resolution that's before you is not a theocracy. It's not a one-size-fits-all, one man saying this is how it's going to be, you're going to have to deal with it. In fact, it's the opposite of that. It's saying we need to protect ourselves against that happening if something like this happens again. Probably the greatest tragedy that happened in COVID was the division that happened amongst people. There's people that hate each other for the position that they take on different things and will not have the kind of conversation that's going to happen amongst you this evening. And so I'm excited, for one, to hear what you all have to say, the exchange of ideas. And I would encourage you to protect the ability to always do that. As my wife mentioned a few minutes ago, that's what was taken from us during the response to COVID, was the ability to be able to say, you know what, I don't quite see it that way. I don't think that we should do this. I don't think I should be forced into making a decision that someone else is making for me, my family, my employment, my body, my health, any of those types of things. We need to be able to have that exchange of ideas. And so in a republic like we are, we elect officials such as yourselves to come in and make decisions on how to run a city, a body of people who've grouped together and live in a city and have decided to submit themselves to the elected officials that we elect. And so I'm excited, for one, to hear what you guys have to say tonight. And I'm hoping that this will spread throughout the county and throughout the state, where we can have real, honest conversations. People can put their hearts out here and say, this is how I truly believe. And that elected officials such as you can hear what everybody has to say and make decisions and pass resolutions like this that protect the ability for people to have their own viewpoints, to have their own opinion. It's not a theocracy, absolutely. But we need to treat this like the republic that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Good evening, thank you. I'm Randy Minnick, pastor of the His House Fellowship, 91 North Prospect, corner of Toma and Prospect, southwest corner. I was here last month regarding the destruction of the corner sidewalk and curbing there. The truck traffic has destroyed it, and I'm asking for immediate relief without prejudice in this matter. It's going to cost about $5,000, and according to city ordinance, if I don't take care of it, you will. I'll get charged. You'll throw a lien against my church and all this happy nonsense. I would respectfully request relief from this matter, and perhaps maybe even reconsider the ordinance, which seems to be extremely egregious, insomuch as that it's a disproportionate tax in the first place. One entity has to pay for the public sidewalk, number one. Number two, the person paying for the sidewalk doesn't own the property. And that seems like it's an affront to common sense and probably repugnant to how many laws. It just doesn't make any sense. So I am asking for relief from that, and if you need another consideration, we have 12 people in our church. We've been affected by COVID, and perhaps there's some COVID relief and some, grant or something that could perhaps take care of this $5,000 issue and it not be such an egregious burden on one person or entity or a small group of people. And if you don't mind me saying this, perhaps you could just readdress the whole ordinance and maybe come up with something that's a little more reasonable, because this is definitely disproportionate. And I thank you for your considerations on that. And by the way, I did talk to the department head. I was referred to him. A tremendous gentleman, very professional, very polite, and he's obviously an asset to the city, and I recommend the man have a raise. So we need more people like him. So any considerations that you have, I'd greatly appreciate it, and I thank you very kindly.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
Good evening, Ed McCurvey, District 4. Got a real simple choice before you tonight on medical freedom. You got freedom on one hand and tyranny on the other. It's very simple. This is not a political issue as some of the rhetoric you've heard tonight. This is a civil rights issue. The way that the government overreached in almost every city and county and jurisdiction in this country and around the world damaged churches, damaged cities, threw the economy into a tailspin, ruined small businesses, not to mention just the terrific toll on life and health and the spirit. We are all dispirited when that happened, and it was not because of the COVID, it was because of the reaction. This medical freedom document is very important because, as the founders wrote many times over, regardless of whether it was founded on a Christian nation, that's a false premise, is that they wrote the Constitution purposefully to prevent dictatorship and tyranny. And the First Amendment and all the other amendments, they are rights. Those are written to hold the government accountable, not the people. They're not negative rights as the Obama administration tried to make it out to be. The Constitution restrains government, not people. That's the way it was written, to keep dictatorships and tyrannies from happening. There are no words about crisis in the Constitution or safety. There's none in there. Security cannot be found. Our great founding father, Ben Franklin, as he worked with the Indians even, we are closer as patriots in America to the tribal Native Americans that were here when we got here and are here today than any of the tyrannies of the past, because we were about freedom. and we were about family, and we were about faith. The Constitution is written very simply. I implore you, if you want tyranny and you don't like freedom, vote against this. Please, please vote against this. If you are for freedom and you want everybody to work together and you take your oath to the Constitution of this United States seriously, you better vote for it, because that's what medical freedom is. It's a vote for the Constitution. We have been bullied and punished by the overreach of government because medical freedom has nothing to do with the Constitution. And you have people that abuse their power. Don't let it happen again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ador Cardenas. I'm a Board Director with the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, and I'll be representing the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, address 93 North Main Street in Porterville. We have some upcoming events. We have a ribbon cutting at the Sequoia Transitional Care on January 4th at 11 a.m. The Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber Awards and Installation Ceremony on January 19th at 5:30 p.m. at Eagle Mountain Casino. Join us to help recognize our man, woman, large business, small business, and community service project of the year. Upcoming workshops, we have on December 7th with Tulare County Environmental Health on the different types of food permits and the application process, plus more. Please visit our website homepage to register. Membership orientation on December 14th at 10 a.m. This is for our members to get connected with the Chamber and learn more about how to best use their benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so.
Good evening. I'm Luana Tate, and I live at 246 North Lindell Street, Porterville. And I'm a prime example of someone who, for the last 5 months, has been bedridden. So do you think that, or does anybody believe whenever you have a major health problem, that it's not going to interfere? It will. You know, I hate it, but that's the way it is. As far as the proclamation, we know that the City Council is here to, we have all kinds of public safety ordinances. We have police officers, we have firefighters, we have all these things. Well, you know, when this situation with COVID occurred, everything was shut down. I didn't like it. But I did choose to take the vaccination. I didn't like the government rollout of it. It made me distrust. But I have always in the past, because I work in the I did work in the medical profession, I've always realized that that would prevent the spread. And I felt like the only way we were all going to get our civil liberties back is to be able to be vaccinated and prevent ourselves from becoming ill, or perhaps even spreading it to somebody else who maybe has their own health concerns. As far as this resolution, I think it's a little bit broad. I think you need to look at it a little bit closer and realize what you're doing. COVID our shutdowns began in the middle of March, or actually the 1st of March. It was changed back because of funding or whatever. But at that point, everything was shut down throughout the country for our public safety. And the government in 2020 spent $5 trillion on developing these vaccines. So Since they did this age thing, which I thought was discriminatory, it started out with people in my age group. So I decided to do it because I thought it was going to be the right thing to do. As far as the city of Porterville, no one forced any vaccines on anybody. No, we did not. I was there. I was involved in it. We didn't discriminate against people who didn't take the vaccine. Not once. So, you know, there's not a fine line. Health interferes with
30
our
seconds
abilities
to
live.
summarize.
I understand, and I was summarizing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so. Do we have anyone on virtually that would like to comment?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless the request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. All right, council, we have items 1 through 15. How do you wish to proceed? Are there any noted conflicts or anything that you wish to do? But we have 1 through 15.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar items 1 through 15.
We have a motion
A second.
and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. It passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now go into the scheduled matters. However, I'm going to ask council, the next item, of course, is going to be the review of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. However, it has been asked if the AB 1234 report of Councilmember Wyrock could be given before the scheduled matter. So is council okay that we move that one item forward? Okay, we're going to move the AB 1234 report before we go into the scheduled matter of the item. Council member?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Tulare County Regional Transit Agency met on November 30th at 4 p.m. on Church Street in Visalia. We went into closed session where there was some discussion on some anticipated litigation, and there was nothing to report out of that closed session. We then adjourned that closed session and came together. We had the call to order, the welcome, and a roll call. We had the Pledge of Allegiance, and the public comment period was opened, and we received no public comment. We then reviewed some reports that were on the agenda, but the reports were not there because a lot of these things did not happen. The Ad Hoc Sustainability Committee did not meet and has not met for a number of months. The second item, the Ad Hoc Executive Director Search Committee did bring forward some information about the pending hire of a qualified candidate according to the majority of the board that voted to extend the offer to the individual. It's going to look like a middle of December timeframe that they will be joining. They're just working on some final language. And then we had a safety committee report out where the safety committee talked about pedestrian safety, the use of seat belts, and some awareness around tree trimming and low-hanging branches. They're working on providing more signage. The next safety committee meeting is scheduled for the 12th of December. There were no presentations, and then we moved on to the consent calendar. We approved the minutes of October 16th. We received and filed the financial statements of October 31, 2023, and I'd like to take a little bit of time in a moment to review some of those items. And then the monthly ridership trends, which showed a very limited increase in the amount of ridership. We did move into some action items. We did approve, the transit agency approved the project request submittals for SB 125 funds, and I would I am prepared to talk about those. The amount of money coming into the agency is quite substantial, and after it gets divided up, there's quite a large amount coming to the city of Porterville. The second item is the adoption of a resolution approving an amendment on the budget and capital improvement program, and I can give some information about that in a moment. And then the director's report. So with that overview, I would like to go a little bit deeper into our meeting that we had on last week. I'm going to skip over the minutes that we reviewed. The ridership went from 43,000 in May of this year up to 48,000. So 5% isn't an insubstantial amount, and it is a positive trend. However, in April, we had almost 52,000 riders. So we're down from even March, 52,000, April to 51,000, dropping to 43 in May, and then up a little bit to 48 in June. I know numbers are hard to track, just hearing them without seeing them, but it is in the minutes that you can find and in the agenda online with the TCRTA at the website. As of October 23, the financial operating budget that we reviewed, we showed a budgeted amount of $19,067,000, $67,409 to be exact. October revenue, $42,000. Revenue to date, $485,000. The revenue came from a couple of different areas. Some, about $8 million is in from the state for the budget, but we only received $1,667. There's a federal line item where we've budgeted $8.6 million to be received in the budget this fiscal year. And the revenue today, we had none in the month of October, but year-to-date is $57,936 of the $8.6 million that's budgeted. Other revenue was budgeted $1,087,500. October revenue, $28,000, $28,532.60. Year-to-date revenue on a budget of $1,087,500. Year-to-date revenue is $291,024.71. And again, this operating budget and this report is available online. So again, just a summary from the budget standpoint, $19,067,409 is budgeted for this fiscal year. Revenue to date, $485,758.07. So, you know, still looking for about $17 million to come in, and there's pending grants that are out there working their way through. And it's not in this report, but in the November report, we will see some of those funds actually landing in the bank accounts. Expenditures, I'll go to the highlights. We've budgeted to spend this year, of course, the budgeted amount, $19,067,409. Our year-to-date revenue was projected to be the $4,935,524.57. So 19 million, year-to-date expenses 4.9, showing a year-to-date revenue overage of $4,449,766.50. So looking at it as it is, it looks pretty bleak from a financial standpoint without the information that was shared with us on the upcoming grants that have been awarded. Briefly, I'd like to continue on before I ask some other some other people that attended. Our city manager, John Lawless, was present. Our vice mayor, Kelly Carrillo, was present. I'm not sure if anybody else from the city was there that evening. But just really quick, we had a request for the submittal of, as I mentioned earlier, the SB 125 funds. It passed unanimously. We received a report from Susan Hafner. She is the interim, kind of the director, consultant helping us while we don't have a director in place at the leaving of Mr. Tree. The discussion item that I highlighted to share tonight in the agenda is that the TCRTA staff will be requesting that additional technical analysis be performed more fully define the project scope details and implementation timelines at a future meeting. So we've put forward our list of projects, and we have that list prepared. It hasn't been submitted yet, and they are not looking for the fine details of how we're going to implement the rollout of those funds. They're looking for the categories. The funding group is looking for the categories that we're going to spend the money in and how much we're requesting. And then once that's submitted and once we receive the money, they'll ask for some additional details in the future on that. There are included in the agenda the SB 125 proposed projects. Mr. Lawless, do you happen to have a copy of the proposed projects that you'd like to speak to, or?
Well, primarily for the city of Porterville?
For the city of Porterville, yeah.
Well, there's a number, and this is contained in our CIP, which there are a number of, I would say there's probably, Mr. Knight can give better detail orientation, but it's upwards of $15 to $20 million of planned capital improvements over the next 10 years. We do a 10-year capital improvement program plan. Most notably on that, and it's about a $15 million estimated cost, which is a new maintenance facility. And this is something that got added to our CIP probably about 5 years ago when the FTA did one of its triennial reviews. It does a thorough, very intensive scrutiny of your operation every 3 years. And they just came and they said they were amazed how much, how efficient, I would say, the city's maintenance facility is. And we have about 600 pieces of equipment that go through that every year for repair and maintenance, and really said, and certainly the city's transit buses are one of those, are part of that fleet. And they just said, you need another facility, and we would like to be part of the funding stream to make that happen. And so right now I think there's about $9 million that's programmed in FTA funding towards the development of a new maintenance facility, which would also have regional significance because we provide maintenance assistance to jurisdictions that don't have a maintenance shop. I think there's only 3 in Tulare County between the county, Porterville, and Visalia. So for Lindsay and other jurisdictions, or even the county, depending on what needs to be done. So, when we develop looking at the SB 125 funds, and that's one of those items that from a transit standpoint has been a area of importance. In addition to that, there's safety considerations given with right now the maintenance facility we have is structured around CNG, and there's actually very specific safety features that are a part of that facility because of the large number of CNG vehicles that we have, both refuse and transit. It is not compatible with electric. And so right now, maintenance of electric vehicles is occurring outdoors. Probably not the best situation. So this would have safety features that would address requirements for maintenance of electric vehicles as the ramp up towards, and I want to say it's zero emission. It's just not battery electric, but it's also hydrogen. So making sure that we safely meet all of the maintenance needs, not only for the city of Porterville, but also for Tulare County, quite frankly, as maintenance needs are going to need to be perpetrated. Beyond that, we also have additional signal preemption, which we're one of the few agencies, I think maybe the only agency in Tulare County that has used transit funds for signal preemption at a lower level to also meet public safety needs. And so our fire trucks all have signal preemption equipment on it that speaks to the same thing. But instead of, we've been able to use transit funds to put those signal preemption equipment in that talks to our safety vehicles. It also talks to transit vehicles, but it's on a much lower priority. It's not immediate. It's just to make sure that the transit vehicles that are on fixed route run on schedule, if I can. So ensuring that you meet your headways as you're supposed to. So, and then Mike, I know you're online. Those are the big, I know those are 2 fairly large items because those are fairly expensive. Is there other, I know we also have some security upgrades at the corporation yard as an overall project from fencing and cameras and things of that nature, which transit pays a proportional share, as well as the other refuse and streets and parks and other proportionally to whatever the use is out there. Mike, is that that's just off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's a piece of it. I mean, as you mentioned, we have upwards of $20 million of projects that we submitted during the review of the SB 125. In addition to that, fuel management software to be able to track all the billing and fuel usage. When I say fuel usage, now that includes EV charging. Evaluating our EV charging infrastructure is another project. Being early implementers, we're seeing technology improve and the aging of our existing infrastructure. So evaluating those projects, and then the other additional items that we include in our CIP, continuously allocating funds for transit and bus shelters, and then the improvements for our transit station, future expansion and continued improvements there for the lobby and office spaces. So a few projects to mention there, and things to roll out here in the near future.
Thank you, Director Knight. Thank you, John. One other line item here, $4 million, as Director Knight mentioned, the aging infrastructure of the charging station. There's a $40 million request in for the city of Porterville to update that. So about $19 million is anticipated in getting approved of this project list. I don't have the total here. I think it was over $50 million all in, and then it's managed by TCAG, and they'll make sure that these projects get funded and the money will flow. They hold the purse strings, not TCRTA. I believe I said that correctly. There was a report from the finance manager that showed the need to bring in some more staff support, an administrative clerk, level 1, level 2, and an accountant. So there's some discussion about what those wages would be and what the increases would be over 5 years and the direct impact of that onto the budget. There was some discussion if these salaries were already included in this fiscal year budget, and I believe that one was, and the other two were not. So there'll be some additional revenue spread, if you will. We did approve the agency to move forward with hiring the clerk 1 and 2 and the accountant. With the new salary that didn't quite make it into the budget would total $12,000 all in as an impact to the fiscal year budget that was submitted and approved earlier. Last item, board meeting schedule will continue meeting at 6 p.m. on the third Monday of each month. That's the third Monday of each month at 6 p.m. at the agency located at 210 North Church Street, Suite B in Visalia. And there was one other item that was presented, and I'd like to read this as it was shared with me, and it wasn't on the agenda. This was addressed to the interim director, Albert Barragan, dated November 13th, 2023. Dear Albert, as 2023 draws to a close, CSET is tremendously grateful for our partners in the community who have helped to build a stronger and more resilient Tulare County this year. In 2023, your support of our annual event, Senior Day in the Park, helped to make a wonderful day and one of our best events yet. On behalf of the CSET Board of Directors, staff, and dedicated volunteers, we thank you for being a part of this important work. Our community is stronger because of you. Thank you. Enclosed with this letter are additional documents highlighting the positive outcomes your contributions are making in the community. Those were not provided. We welcome any feedback you have on our programs and invite you and your team to participate in the 2024 Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. The 2024 Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. This impactful program provides no-cost tax preparation services for low-income seniors and families who need assistance in completing their annual returns. We are currently recruiting volunteers to participate in this meaningful effort and would love to have you join us. We have included materials on the VITA program with this letter as well, which were not provided. please feel free to reach out to Raquel Gomez or Janelle Hickley for more information on this rewarding opportunity. Signed, Mary Alice Escarcega Fleckner, the Executive Director at CSET. So with that, I'd like to just open it up to the Vice Mayor if she has any comments that she would like to add.
No, I think you covered really good.
Thanks.
Very detailed.
So that's my report.
Okay, that concludes the report as was requested by council before we actually go into the scheduled matter. We will now move into the scheduled matter.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And it was helpful having that report because at the time of this, the staff report, that meeting hadn't yet occurred. So it's always a little, I would say, behind the curve a little bit when you're writing about a meeting that hasn't happened yet and then what the net results are. And at that time, we didn't know what the CRTA's Board of Directors sense would be of the SB 125 project funding recommendations would be. But this is before you this evening, as was discussed by the council back in April. And I provided that staff report as, for reference when City Council deliberately, over a course of a couple meetings, considered its continued participation in the TCRTA. And at that time, authorized a letter to be transmitted indicating, given the way that the bylaws were written, that you had to give notice before May 1st if you were looking at a potential withdrawal date of the coming July 1, but asked, saying you're not wanting to abandon ship necessarily, but be part of the solution, and so asked if it could defer that determination really till now, in hopes that there would be some marked improvements to concerns that have been there financially and things of that nature, and I'll speak to that here in a little bit. But kind of as explained in the staff report, there had been modifications to the bylaws when the Tule River Tribe joined that JPA, given that as beyond the initial members or the founding members of the JPA, as new members were coming in, that as they joined, they would have an ongoing commitment, not only for the year they joined, but for 3 additional fiscal years. Well, given that new provision, it was the advice of County Council, which serves as legal counsel to TCRTA, that provision applied. And so even though we were a founding member, they said, basically said, we're not going to take action on the city's notice of withdrawal because we can't, because you have, under the new bylaws, an obligation beyond the current fiscal year that you're in, or fiscal year of joining, but 3 additional years. So that winds through until June of 24. So circling back to some of the concerns, there has been, and they were hoping that it would be in a sooner fashion than it occurred, but did finally get their FTA drawdown opportunity, or their number, essentially federal FTA recognition has been established. And so drawdowns are, and as reported in there and correctly reviewed by Councilmember Wyrock, and I think that's one of the financial statement is included in the information packet showing that's what its position, that those claims go subject to processing and things of that nature. So it's a reimbursement. So you advance the costs, and then seek reimbursement. And the council will recall there was a $5 million call of funds the prior year because of that shortfall and how that cash flow needed to be achieved. And went back and looked when that call for funds happened earlier this year. There was the board took an action to establish policies and procedures to how those repayments would be made, because on the out year it's 2027 that the loan is to be defeased back to the contributing members, although there has been interest expressed by agencies to be paid out early. And so they're, and Woodlake is an example of that, who's inquired about the ability to recall their contribution early. So there's supposed to be policies and procedures established. That's not been done. And so indicated that the actions that they've taken, but those policies and procedures aren't yet been determined. Part of this is there's still not an executive director. They took action, the board took action at its last meeting to hire. So I believe that's been formalized now. They reported out that there is a new executive that's been hired, and I believe they begin next week, middle of the month, so in December, leaving another agency out of state, and although I believe has some experience within the state of California and returning back. So I just don't know who that is or things of that nature. But they are, as reflected in the staff report, the part-time support has been extended through May to assist in that transition. So I would say there's been some incremental progress on certainly in getting their FTA, their federal ID solidified so they can do drawdowns. They have a finance director now who was one of the senior accountants for TCAG, who's essentially just changed cubicles in TCAG over to the TCRTA side. Her name is Michelle Bowling, so she's now the finance director. So there are some, the house is slowly improving in order, but like I said, still not with or just now an executive director being put in, being selected. And I would say, and this came through in the SB 125, with these one-time funds that have come through TCAG and looking at how they are distributed to TCRTA, especially for capital projects, how are those going to be accomplished? And I think that's, as Mr. Knight and I and Mr. Ridenhour talked with our counterpart at TCRTA, so it's one thing to receive funding, but how are the projects actually going to be done? And that's going to require a little bit more, probably management of consulting contracts for design and construction, and because especially the smaller jurisdictions don't have the capacity they don't have their own staff even today. They contract with private consulting firms to provide their engineering services, planning services, and things of that nature. So that's going to have to still be determined. And that's kind of separates, and Tulare doesn't, even though they have that capacity, they don't have a capital improvement program, as I just talked about, for capital improvement projects through transit. They don't have any projects. I asked my counterpart, so what is on Tulare's work program for transit funds? Well, we don't, it's TCRTA. So, but certainly involves development of electrical infrastructure, acquisition of vehicles, and development of microtransit. That's all going to have to be done probably under an agreement separately by TCRTA with, and it's going to just require some project management on the behalf of TCRTA with, I'm assuming once the executive director is in place that can begin to execute some of those agreements. But again, all that I just spoke to is probably a couple years out. So we have projects that we've been looking at and need to move forward, and this provided an opportunity. And as the council will recall, we retained strategically retained our FTA grantee status, so we weren't beholden, just basically everything is the TCRTA's responsibilities. So we've held our grantee status, so to manage our own capital improvement projects. So from really the question then is at an operational side where, and you don't necessarily need to make a decision this evening, but we wanted to bring this back pursuant to the council's direction. This was kind of the horizon you were looking at, which is let's evaluate this in December, see where we're at. And I guess just for points of consideration would be that the notice of withdrawal still needs to be done by May 1st for July 1, 2024. But in consideration of that, making sure you're laying track ahead and being strategic in your plans, that should that be the case, we would need to be developing a request for proposals for transit services. Right now, the longtime provider to the city, Sierra Management, is a subcontract to the primary service provider. So There's some notices that need to be given. We need to do an RFP. And go through the deliberative processes of having our own provider. And then in addition to that, we did not replace Mr. Tree as he served as the transit manager for the city when he made his transition over to the TCRTA in our membership. He essentially was functioning as both. So should we become independent, we would need to reestablish that. And Mr. Knight has been evaluating what that position would look like in it being reestablished in the city. So it's really just looking for direction from this evening and wanting to present the information so you can make an informed decision on how to proceed.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrick, thank you for giving us the information prior to the scheduled matter. Councilmember Beltran, is there any comment to this regard, concern?
Yeah, like you said, I'm not sure what action we'll take tonight. It's just a refresh. In my notes, I'm writing down, because I'm the alternate for this, so I'm a little bit more into the weeds than most of the council members. It's been 6 months since we wrote that letter and submitted that. And I was just trying to think, what's changed since then, 6 months? There has been some adjustments, and just listening again to your report, how the Sustainability Committee hasn't met. And I've noticed that's every month I'm looking at the agenda to see when they've met, what's the report back, and it's like, this is the committee on their sustainability, and they're not able to meet and have a plan for the rest of the committee or for the public to say what their progress is, what's their plans, what's the status. The financials are somewhat there. Their CEO has been selected, if I'm not correct. That's correct, right? They've selected a CEO?
They've selected.
Or the director, a new director? But they're still working out the terms of that, I believe?
No, the terms are pretty much agreed upon.
Okay.
I don't know if the offer letter, it's been agreed to, but it may have been transmitted by now.
Okay. And one thing that stood out for me was,
And if I may.
yes,
may I?
yes.
So the individual, and I'm sorry I don't have his resume here or his name at the tip of my tongue, he made it to the number 2 position at the first go-round when the board selected Richard Tree. So he was the candidate number 2. So this individual has been interested in joining the county, getting back into the area, and helping us with that. So he was selected this time, and by far he had the most thorough and broadest depth of transportation out of any of the other candidates. Thank you, council member.
Yeah, so a good selection, and they did take their time in processing. Now, the great part is that, I believe it was 17 or 19 candidates? So they had a lot to pick from. Yeah, and so they had a lot of candidates to pick from, so that was a great, to have that option. But looking in this last agenda that they put out for the public was seeing their projects. Porterville's ridership is not, there's not a percentage given in the reports, which is really frustrating sometimes to see the breakdown. They're all thrown in as cumulative, not a percentage-wise. And there's a lot of projects that Porterville has been put on the back burner for because as TCRTA was created, Porterville was kind of, I wouldn't say the standard, but we are a lot further ahead because we had our own transportation. But seeing that a lot of these projects that Porterville is needing, like the new repair shop for the battery, which everything is going to for electric, these are things that we need and services that we provide to not only TCRTA, but the county as well and other city vehicles. But there was no plan from TCRTA to help us with this. Even with the state allocating this extra, I think it's $51 million total. Yeah, and unfortunately, TCRTA in their plans really didn't show, and to me, my personal opinion on it, show appreciation of everything that Porterville has done to say, hey, look, we're going to help fund this project for Porterville. Excuse me. So that was a little, again, without having a director for a few months, and there's an interim one now, not to see some of these plans come to fruition, or again with the sustainability committee, to show the path that we're going to be on. I still feel that letter of recommendation to withdraw from the agency is my opinion, and that's just from my perspective of some of the information that I've pulled so far. So with that, I'll let the other council members have say.
Thank you. I'm going to go this way. Councilmember Meister, comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll tell you, my decision is local control. You know, we've seen many problems with TCRTA, and it's been issues, and there's, especially with the way they are managing it, as if we're LA or San Francisco, and we are not. We should get away from empty buses traveling across the county. And so I think going through a mixed breed or a hybrid of microtransit and with city control, we could partner with local agencies, possibly like Lindsay, Strathmore, Poplar, the Tribe, Terabella, bring in Springville. There's opportunity going on our own to present opportunity to others in our community. You know, we're operating at a net loss of $4.4 million. There's other issues, and kind of to what you were talking about, Councilmember, as far as where the money's going, and I don't know if there's a more recent update, because this one's from April 21, but what dues are all the members paying? Is every member making a payment, an annual payment?
No, that was a one-time call for funds to help, and really this gets into, the reality is that independently, each of the agencies was cash flowing its own, because again, it's a reimbursement. It's not, they don't advance funds and you use it, you expend the funds, and then they reimburse you. And I would say that was an oversight. I remember saying, you know, I found it ironic that every agency was cash flowing its operation, knowing that it is a reimbursement program without, not under a loan agreement. So you were using local transportation funds, LTF, to expend to support, you know, your operations and capital expenditures without interest, and then you get reimbursed back upon the FTA reimbursement. Well, then when it was another agency, you know, so we consolidate and do this, then, and I wasn't candidly just a proponent of the interest part of it, because you were already doing it, and it's essentially you're now paying interest on road money, but there were other agency. If you're thinking about that, you're now, you know. So in any event, you're now spending more. So, and I would say some of the merits of coming together, not doing all separate short-range transit plans or long-range transit plans, hasn't materialized yet, because instead of everybody doing their own, you have these requirements. I think it's every 3 years to do a short-range transit plan, and then you have to do a 5-year long-range transit plan. Having one cumulative plan saves on all of those known costs. It could be upwards of $1 million collectively. Well, that hasn't materialized yet. So just a lot of, I would just say some real challenges as it was established of saying, of course, you're going to have LTF as your, we all were doing it, but now it's like, well, no, I need interest now on that. Okay. So, and where that was a little bit different after that $5 million call of funds, is that Porterville's, from a ridership standpoint, which translates then into, you know, what is that that amount of advance or amount of LTF that needs to be advanced to cover that expense, it was the largest at 1.6 million. So,
yeah, the largest in the county.
With the exception of Visalia. I mean, but they're not.
Well, Visalia is not part of TCRTA.
So I just want to say they within the TCRTA, yes, the largest within of the member agencies.
Thank you, John. And so, what bothers me, and Councilmember Beltran kind of brought it up, you know, we're one of the biggest, not only riderships, but payers in this and keeping it going. And then when you look at the breakdown of money, it's going to cities that don't have to contribute in that aspect. And cities like Lindsay, Farmersville, the Thule Tribe, and Exeter. And so to me, and they are voting members, so they get to decide how our drawdown would be spent. And so I once again go back to local control, and the greatest part about this is we have fantastic staff. I mean, we have the best staff, so much so that they took our Richard Tree to make this happen. And so we have experienced staff with Michael Knight. Another point I just wanted to bring up, I think there was some disinformation with TransDev and the percentage that they were getting for an administration fee. Do you know what that is? Because we hire Sierra Management locally, but it's another company that hires them, right? And so we're paying a company out of Sacramento to hire a company in Tulare County.
And I'm going to have to defer to Mike Knight. I'm not sure what the exact contractual is, but every time you have a party involved, you're going to have administration. So there is. It is, instead of having just by the very nature of it, if you consider it, if you have a contractor and a subcontractor, you're going to have additional administrative costs. Is that fair, Mike?
Yeah, and so that was an issue early on. I will say that has been resolved since then. In the early stages of the contract and with the difficulties that were experienced in getting the FTA drawdowns completed, there was some issues with advancements and that sort of thing. That has been resolved, which is no longer an issue, at least to my knowledge. That has no longer been an issue, and it has been resolved previously with other conversations. So don't know much more to say about that other than that's no longer becoming an issue or raising any concerns. It's been resolved.
So we're no longer using TransDev to hire Sierra Management?
So the contract, so we are a member of TCRTA. TCRTA hired TransDev. TransDev is the service provider. And SM Transit is a subcontractor that still continues service in our area, but contracted through TransDev. So essentially, SM Transit would provide an invoice to TransDev. TransDev then bills TCRTA for the service.
Do you know what administration fee they're charging?
I don't believe it's contracted as an administration fee, but there is a markup as a result. If that's the angle that I'm picking up on that, there is a markup for them to process all that information. So there is a service charge for SM Transit to operate, and then there's an additional fee that comes to that to process through TransDev. Yes, I'm not for sure the exact fee.
Well, so as listening to different fees through TCRTA and not knowing exactly, Sierra Management's local, hearing some of the finance issues, that's awesome that they were able to get the FTA drawdown. But I have high confidence, and the fact that our city staff was thinking ahead and keeping that ability to get FTA grants, amazing. Hats off to you guys. Thank you.
And just to speak to that, so the way the process is still in place for the city to perform its capital improvement projects. So as the city manager explained, TCRTA does not have the ability to construct a project on behalf of the city of Porterville in the city of Porterville. So because of that, FTA funds are allocated and projects have to continue to move forward. The city, in parallel with TCRTA, filed a FTA grant to be able to continue those projects, and a number of those funds are still in place, and the city is still finishing out projects and implementing new ones for the next budget cycle, and TCRTA applies for the transit operations side of those FTA funds. So the city still maintains the grantee status to complete its projects. I will say, as a result of the efforts that are in place now. You know, the city manager did a great job of explaining, of having to staff up a little bit to pick that back up to full swing operation. But the city is still continuing through the FTA process and all the grant applications, which is just another application to pick up service and operation.
And I understand what you're saying, Director Knight, and I appreciate that. And I understand that we'll have to get you support. If we make the decision to pull away from TCRTA, we are going to have to get you support. We're going to have to fly a RFP, and then we would have the total local control and maybe be able to develop partnerships in our community that are unseen at this point. And that's my view on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
So this item for me is considering the city, what's a priority for the city at this point. And I just think that throughout this process, the city has made various considerations as a partner. And that was kind of a question when we brought up the idea of considering a possible withdrawal or what's working best for the city. You know, I believe that it was the right decision to join the group and be a partner and go into the funding opportunities all together as a whole. But I feel like that hasn't been gestured back in the same manner to the city as a good partner. Another thing is that I feel the city has an extreme amount of participation, as we have a very active board member in Councilmember Wyrock. We have a very active alternate member in Councilmember Beltran. And then I sit as the transit rep. So I'm not a voting board member, but I'm able to attend in person and virtually. So I hear the meetings and see the interaction. And then we have active participation by staff, including the city manager and public works. So I feel like we've been very active, you know, of all the cities. That's one thing. Another thing is the request for information. From what I've observed, and I haven't been able to go into closed session, but any request for information, data or financials, from what I've observed has been, in the nicest way I could say, is challenging. And that has typically come from our board members. I think the concern at this point is TCRTA's capacity to even manage projects, and that's what we want to move forward on. I think that we need to look at preparing the city to move forward. And then my only question would be with this process, because it's been a little complicated, I'll say. Are there any restrictions on the withdrawal at this point, according to the policies and guidelines?
To issuing it now, you mean?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just, there's nothing that says when it needs, it just can't be later. It has to be before May 1st.
Okay.
And that's why we just wanted to get direction or, you know, get this before you, so that there was a good conversation about what's involved in that and lay track ahead.
The notice will still be effective on the 30th day of June,
Okay.
regardless of when you give the notice at this point.
Okay. And thank you for bringing it back again in December. That's all.
Is there anything else you'd like to comment on, Councilmember Wyrock, before I cut to the chase?
I did make a note. Again, I appreciate the city staff preparing a real thorough agenda. You know, TCRTA was to prepare a comprehensive fiscal year 2022-23 budget. I don't know what the term comprehensive means, but there's a lot of room in there to detail budget expenditures. and we haven't seen that yet. There has been, I have brought up at the board meetings to, in good faith, the transit agency should try to pay back all of the $5 million, including Porterville's $1.6 million early. But the cash flow isn't there. Having a repayment plan, as was asked when we asked for that, the cities asked for how you're going to repay us, and all we heard was December 31, 2027. So we haven't stopped beating that drum to try to get the money returned to Porterville early. I'm taking a look at our withdrawal letter here from April 28th, and as our city manager shared, there was no time period. An agency that originally joined the, or I should say a city that joined the agency, didn't have a time frame to remain a member. All they had to do was request a withdrawal. And not until, and maybe the board missed it, I didn't recall all of a sudden seeing this 3-year requirement on new agencies joining, such as the Tule River Tribe, but that kind of locked us in. But when I look at this letter that we gave them on April 28, 2023, we said that pursuant to the articles that we quoted in this letter, we acted on April 18th as a council to authorize the notice of withdrawal effective June 30, 2023, period. They said we hadn't been a member for 3 full years outside of the first year when you join. You join that fiscal year, then it's 3 more years, and then you can get out. But that was after the original agreement. So the contract terms are a little fuzzy. Do we want to fight to get us out? It doesn't sound like we want to fight to really push the point home. But, you know, I have a note in my column of this paper that, in my opinion, we're kind of withdrawn, even though they didn't recognize it. But again, do we want to battle that? I don't think so. And we did not receive, we also requested in this letter, and Mr. Lawrence might be able to help me with this, the city respectfully, we've been helping, we've been respectful, request to be notified of what its share of contractual obligations are as of June 30, 2023. Did we ever get a letter back?
No.
So the financial structure's coming in for me, we're getting a director coming in. I suggested that one of the measurements, we're gonna measure him over 6 months to make sure he meets some criteria, and the board's gonna come up with some things to evaluate his performance. And he's gonna also contribute some of his performance measures. And my number one comment to our interim director was that the staff does not turn over. He cannot lose staff members. And that's it. I mean, he's got to get along with the people that are there, because you know what? They're right there. They've kind of got their legs under them, Greg, but it's like an icy floor, right? And they're not professional skaters, you know? And then when it comes to the whole administering these contracts over the next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be additional costs that are available or needed to manage those big projects. And are we applying for enough funds to cover those costs? So there's a lot of questions I still have, Madam Mayor, but you know what? I think we as a council and the city has done what we can to protect our interests. And we're ready to go if the council so decides. But I have to tell you, I'm an internal optimist, but I'm also a pragmatist. And, you know, I love Porterville. Thank you.
All right. The formation of the TCRTA, I'm going to go back down to history, was actually a conversation at a Tulare County Association of Governments board retreat work study session. This is where the dialogue began as to listening to the other cities that were present and the agencies coming together and coming up with a plan. That was a discussion that was done years ago, and it was brought up and brought to the table once again as a highlight. Then it became a reality, and the formation of the TCRTA came to fruition. My knowledge of it has been with my involvement with TCAG. However, I haven't seen any moving forward, other than there are things that are happening, but they're a little too late. I would like to be as proactive, but right now I'm going to cut to the chase. We've We've given ample opportunity. We've had a lot of communication with them, and I think we just need to bring it back to the table. We had our own transit. We've done it before. We can do it again and build again. Porterville has always been the first to take on the task and be very successful. We've proven that. If you were at the State of the City, you heard everything that was done over the year, and it was done efficiently and very professional. So I will be, I said I would give it 6 months. I feel that I've done that, and I'm not speaking for my other colleagues, but I really would like to see us pursue a withdrawal. That's just mine. I don't know how
Well,
you wish to.
are we done with conversation? Because I'm ready to make a motion. All right, I'll make a motion that we develop a plan for staffing to support transit. We develop a request for proposal for transit services, and we're authorizing staff, and that we continue with the City of Porterville's notice of withdrawal from the TCRTA.
And I will second that. No further discussion. Call for the vote.
Public comment? No?
No, it's not. No. Thank you. It passes unanimous 5-0.
While I was having a sidebar with the attorney here, she had a great idea. No, she had the idea. No, this is a great idea. No, this is good, but it goes to Councilmember Wyrick's comment about SB 125 funds, and something perhaps for the mayor to bring up at TCAG, which is I will tell you that these funds, so I don't know, what's the amount? Let's say it's 15 million that's going to TCRTA. That they use that as the cash reserve because those are projects that are not going to be done. Use that as the cash reserve and be able to defease the loans back to the
Nice.
member agencies.
Great recommendation.
I thought the city attorney had a
Yeah,
good idea.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it is 8:21. I'm going to call for 10 minutes before we go on to the next one. And minutes. It is 8:33, and we will resume, and we will now go into item number 17.
Thank you. Our next item in order in the scheduled matters is to consider potential modification to Article 4, Section G, request for proclamations contained in the City Council Procedural Handbook. This was an item that was put before the City Council at your last meeting on consent calendar by Councilmember Wyrock, asking that the council consider this as a scheduled matter this evening and looking at potential modification in request for proclamations. And I think maybe the best is the council member that brings it forward, perhaps to kind of speak to the merits of the request. So,
Sure, if I may.
Please.
So there's a little progression of activities that occurred when I first received an email notification from our Deputy City Clerk, Fernando, on November 8th. And I'm just going to give a little timeline. And then I'm going to say something about the timeline. Well, I'll say that now. People responded quickly to my request for information. I just was seeking some clarity. And that kind of got this whole proclamation thing going. And within 2 or 3 days, the agenda came out and some more discussion happened. So let me just review a couple of things. So Fernando sent out an email about the proclamation coming, or request for a proclamation, medical freedom, and it's worded the typical way that the city announces these proclamations. It included a part of the City Council Procedural Handbook, Section 4G, Request for Proclamations, and it kind of goes through how we do those in Porterville and how we agreed to do them. And frankly, I thought it was okay. I mean, we reviewed the handbook months ago, made some edits to it, and I don't think we changed anything in this part of it at that time. So I received, again, that email at, 10:28 in the morning. At 1:13, I sent an email to our city manager, John Lawless. The way that it was written and the way that I read it, not from a political position or my status as a registered voter, does this pass legal review? Thanks. So that went out at 1:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday the 8th. At 1:30, just a few minutes later, I get a reply from Mr. Lawless. Thank you for your message. In response to your inquiry, legal review would best be performed by the city attorney. That being said, Julia has previously stated that proclamations are generally ceremonial in nature and carry no legal authority. I have copied Julia and pertinent staff in this response for the information and reference. That went out at 1:30 to me. Julia Liu at 2:43 on the same day responded a couple of issues. And, you know, I could read it, but it was an approach that, first, given the wording of this proclamation, the intention is for the entire city council to have approve it. Under our revised policy allowing for council member proclamations, unless the council approves this particular document, the wording would need to be revised to reflect that the undersigned council members, whoever they might be, end up being, were making the various findings of statements. Now, there's a period of time when Fernando sends out this email that somebody can sponsor it, and then somebody else can co-sponsor it, but at the end of 24 hours? The next business day, it's done. It's a proclamation, and it's a proclamation. Secondly, the wording of this particular proclamation goes far beyond a ceremonial statement, as it contains legal findings and conclusions and contains policy commitments. So as such, this document, as worded, has the effect of a resolution rather than a proclamation. I think you guys are tracking with me on how something occurred shortly after these emails happened. So then on this Thursday afternoon, it's not quite the end of the business day, the next business day, I said, thank you all for the opinion. Regards to all, Don. And I have a note here on this printout of this email chain. The end of the day, that day on Thursday, November 9th, what happened? Why wasn't that proclamation issued? I'm just curious. I'm just asking because I don't know. I mean, I just asked some questions, and so I said, thank you for the opinion in regards to also, I'd like to try to see if we can get an answer to that tonight if possible. But then, that day, at 8:46 p.m., and this is after the close of the next business day, I sent an email to Mr. Lawless. Good evening. Today I received a text message with the attached document. It was from a civic-minded resident. It is an edited section of the City Council Procedural Manual, and it is related to proclamations. Might we be able to draft language developed by our attorney and with some of the suggested edits our citizens submitted? Question mark. The council could discuss the proposed edit at an upcoming council meeting. This was on November 9th, and here we are tonight.
Councilmember Wyrock, I do have an answer on your previous question. It just took me a second to remember because it's been a while. I believe we were at the same time having conversations or email communications with with Councilmember Meister, who had brought forth the proclamation, and he opted to want to go with a resolution.
So you withdrew your request
So
for the
I don't know the
proclamation.
timing of that, but that happened during that sort of that same time. I was corresponding with both because I didn't want to be having the conversation with, you had asked the question, but it was pertinent to what he had brought, so.
Thank you.
For what it's worth.
You know,
Just
I
to
don't,
clarify.
I don't have the dates in front of me, but the email did go down because that request went out and then it disappeared from my inbox, the first email.
The request for the proclamation.
Yes.
And at the end of the second day, which is the end of the next business day, the proclamation did come to life, did not come to life?
I got a
I
very
think we asked for
similar,
clarification from Councilmember Meister, because I know I sent that out the same day. I was doing it all the same
and
day.
I got the email from you with your recommendations. And yes, that's when I decided to go, well, I gave two pathways. One was to draft a resolution, and then the other pathway is if this resolution fails, then I would like to go forth with a proclamation that is see fit by our city attorney.
Well, and it's just kind of sort of a case of first impression too, because we had a situation where it was written as if the whole council, so there would have been a problem with issuing it by virtue of the way it read, even with any council member, just one council member or two council members signing it. So.
Thank you, good stuff. And I'm really thankful that we're here tonight. So I closed out that letter that evening that I wrote to Mr. Lawless at 8:46 p.m. with this paragraph. I support free speech. It is protected and cherished by me and us all. I want our city protected while ensuring the valued passions, beliefs, and desires of our citizens and elected/appointed officials are memorialized through the proclamation process, and that they are without harm or action to the city, seeking clarity. The next Sunday, on the 12th, Mr. Lawless sent me an email thanking me for the message, forwarded in response to your request, I will prepare for the council member requested agenda item for this meeting today. And then a follow-on email from him, member of council, for your review and comment. Please find attached the draft city council agenda staff report, which is in these minutes or in our agenda package here tonight. So I say all this to say I'm a free speech person. I support the border. We need a border, and I'm not talking about the border in Mexico to California. I'm talking about between the three branches of government and these agencies that get hired and, that might be a little bit out of control. And we have the luxury here tonight, and every day really, to review past progress, the benefits, the good and the bad, and learn from that, 20/20 hindsight. And I hear our community asking us for this. I know we're asking for this. And I don't want to get into Councilmember Meister's item number 18 yet, but I just wanted to share that we should be legal and we should be safe. And I just had a couple of questions about, well, no, I'm going to hold that for later as well.
Can
So that's kind of
can we
like-
clarify some of the questions about the email? So it went out on the 8th, and I did not respond.
Well, your name was on the
the third.
middle, right? Under the Liberty Group, the application?
No, I'm talking about the email that came out from Julia was on the 8th, and I did not respond until the 13th.
I don't see your response at all. This is
Yes,
just my email
yeah.
string.
So, but your point you were making is it went away on the 8th? What was your original point with the emails?
My point with the emails was that we received notice from Fernando on Wednesday,
What's the date?
November 8th.
Okay. And I did not respond until the 13th.
Till when?
The 13th.
The 13th. So there was no sponsor of this proclamation at that time.
No, I am the sponsor of the proclamation. And from there, like you're saying, it was the way it's written up originally, it should have been 24-hour notice, and then whoever wanted to sign on.
Yeah, and then whoever wanted to sign it. So thereby, I'm thinking a community member who took a look at the procedural manual and thought, well, you guys want to consider some changes. We brought it here tonight, and maybe there's some more changes that we'd like to talk about here to that procedural manual. The language is here, and that's kind of why this is on the agenda and my little introduction to it.
I think I kind of understand what you're getting at, because the way we don't have, what our process doesn't really necessarily account for the situation we had, right? So that's kind of what you're getting at. And I think what we were looking at was, there is a statement in the handbook that basically says proclamations are ceremonial statements which do not convey legislative action. So what do we do when we get a proclamation that appears to do that, right? And that's exactly what we
That's what I was
we were
asking.
dealing with. And what we did was, we'll work, normally, this would be always be my response, regardless of whether this changes or not, is we're going to work with the requester to get it so that it is, it meets the definition of what a proclamation should be, in order for us to be able to process it without necessarily going to the city council.
Great.
I think but I think there is my recommendation on this generally is, no matter what we do with the specific wording, that the way I think this should probably operate would be to have city proclamations be issued by the city council, which means approved by the city council at a meeting. And we had that we did have that prior, but
Yeah, it's in there
prior
now.
council changed it. Yeah, that is still there. And then what we did also added, which this is really up to you. It really is completely up to the council, whether you want to allow individual council member proclamations that don't necessarily have to be approved by the city council. But even if that's the case, we need, I would recommend from the legal side of this, that proclamations, again, for local bodies are very different than what they are at the state and federal level, by the way. Proclamation has a whole different meaning. In fact, it's different between the state and the feds. But at the local level, they are that they remain ceremonial. They're statements of expression. They can be statements of opposition. They can be statements of support for something, or they can be in honor of somebody or someone. There's those types of things. But it's a ceremonial, and they don't set policy, because policy is a legislative action that by law has to go to you as a council to make decisions on.
Thank you. So before us tonight is some revised language for Section G, request for proclamations. And I noted throughout it the changes within, that have been made compared to what's currently out there. And I think there's one thing at the very bottom that I think didn't change much at all. The signed proclamations will be made available in the office of the city clerk for pickup by the requester unless arrangements have been made for a presentation at a certain event. I think that's great. Proclamations shall not be included on the council agenda nor presented at a council meeting unless so approved by a majority of the council. Staff shall provide a monthly informational report to the city council identifying the proclamations granted for the preceding month. And that's pretty much the way it's worded here in our council manual now, without the edit. So, I just wanted, again, just seeking clarity and.
think this is a good example of why that's a good idea. So that I think actually needs to be worded to be prior to approval, because it doesn't, that's not what was intended by the language. The other thing I'd recommend, I just found it while you were bringing up the earlier issue with the process, was rather than saying proclamations are ceremonial, we'll say they should be worded to be ceremonial statements which do not convey legislative action.
Nice
And
catch.
so I think that way it makes it clear that if they aren't, that we can have a process for changing them.
Yeah.
Prior to that triggering that timeframe within which they need to be approved. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank
I
you for
have-
that and for.
I'd like to comment. I'd like to comment because I too don't have a problem with them coming to council, of course, for, to be presented at a council meeting. Question that I have, and I don't have a problem with the handbooks. In the past, they were brought to us, and it was voted whether it was a 5-0, a 3-2, or whatever, 4-1. It was voted on the dais. And say, for instance, the noes who were against it, do they sign if it was a unanimous decision? Or does the mayor sign if the mayor, for an example, I'm just saying, blurting it out there, if the mayor says no, but the mayor's signature is on there, does she have to sign it? If, because
Normally
it.
you would. I
But-
mean, it
but
would
no,
be that way.
Because it was a 3-2 vote, and I'm saying that's how it's been in the past, and I have never had a problem with it, but then it was changed. So the question is, if it passes on the dais on a 4-1, a 5-0, a 3-2, for a proclamation on behalf of the city for the mayor to sign, does she have to sign it?
She should sign
Well,
it.
I'm being.
You are the
I mean,
mayor
I know
signs,
that,
the mayor
but I
signs
know
just
that
like a
because that's how it
resolution
was
or an
done.
ordinance.
I'm bringing it out
Now,
to the table so
you know,
people can hear it.
Under
And
our.
that's why it's,
Yeah.
it's like, this is how it was done before, because in essence, your vote goes on record. And if anybody asks who voted for it, who didn't vote for it, it's public information, and it's a unanimous.
Well, and I do, okay, so a couple things with this. So I think that, under our rules, actually, the mayor signs all that is one of the primary charges that's specified in the charter and in the regulations.
Correct.
So if it's approved by the city council, it can be signed by the mayor. Now, I do think that the council could decide if they, in certain circumstances, if they wished, to have all council members sign a resolution, or sorry, not a resolution, a proclamation. So, and you could do that on a case-by-case basis for something that you thought was a matter of import. I don't think there would be I think that's something that is within your authority to
Correct.
simply decide. So, but yeah, I do, and if granted, if there is opposition, if you were opposed to it, it's a ministerial duty to sign it. It does not mean that you are signing on behalf of the city council and not on behalf of yourself. But if you're unavailable to sign it, then the vice mayor gets to sign.
Well, and this is why I put it out here, because that's the way it has been in the past by a vote, whether it's a 3-2 or whatever. And to bring, what are your feelings, Vice Mayor? I know, but she's looking real pensive right now, and I want to draw it out of that.
I'm listening. Go ahead and let the guys.
Go ahead and let that go.
Ladies first.
I think, well, first of all, I was very confused by this item. Like, I didn't really fully understand exactly clearly what the request was. But I do have one question. So when it was changed, what was the purpose? Do you recall, Mayor or staff, why it was changed to be that we just worked with the clerk on it? And then we did the email out for sponsor instead of bringing it to the dais. What was the purpose
It was
of
to
that?
support individual members to be able to, there may be proclamations that only one member of council wishes to support.
Yeah.
And that supported that. I would say that's the basic element of that. And so this has been one of the, I would say, the difficult parts of trying to find a process, which is if they're purely ceremonial, and so then why does essentially an act of Congress or act of the council require that it be issued if it's ceremonial? And in case in point, let's say you want to do a proclamation, because we'll get them from time to time for an individual.
Right.
I wish to, somebody's retiring, and so we wish to congratulate them on their retirement. And maybe that's only the single person, but it's just coming from the council member to say, this is, as a member of council, maybe it's somebody in your district. I want to appreciate this individual for having done some great thing. It doesn't necessarily rise to the level of all the council members, but it was a way, and that's kind of how it transitioned to that. But unfortunately, I guess kind of the unintended consequence of that is, as Julia kind of said, is that, she begins worried when it's more than one, and it's two or three and those sorts of things. And then it begins to look like these are more than just, and I guess gets to a transparency kind of element, which the purpose of reporting it afterwards, so it wasn't like it happened in the dark, so to speak, but that if it's going to, and this is where the city attorney is probably the best. So how do you achieve both? How do you have the opportunity for one member of council, and I gave you a circumstance, maybe you want to recognize someone in your district for some extraordinary thing, and way to recognize them that may not rise to the level of all council members signing on. So do you want that ability, which was something that was important to your predecessors? And then secondly, and then if something's more weighty, would desire the weighing in of council members, that they afforded that opportunity, and I guess that becomes the, I think there's ways to do that. I think if you have just a singular no, that if you're doing it just for yourself and that's it, there is this process, and you can do that if it's agreeable to the council. And then secondly, if it's something more than that, and you wish all council to entertain it, then there's a more formalized process and more deliberative.
I think,
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think that, so the way that it is currently, I felt that it was flexible for individual council members to bring up an item, just as you said, like a ceremonial, and that's kind of what I've experienced since I've been here, is seeing that different days of recognition, people, things like that, a month of recognition of something. And then it allowed for for us to have that awareness, for one, and two, for us to make a decision that I don't really understand that, or I'm not really in fully support of that, or hey, I would like to support that. I know that there's a couple, maybe I'll speak on one that I've given, and it was Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Day. And it was just a day of awareness. That's it. And, that it's been done tribally throughout the United States. It's been done by the state. It's been done, so I wanted to bring it here. And basically for that purpose of awareness. Now not everyone signed, and I am totally fine with that. But the other thing that I appreciated about it was council members asked me, what is that? What does that mean? And so I felt like that was already making that awareness, a day of awareness, by just being able to have that dialogue. So I felt that was working for the purpose of the proclamation. So I'm not against right now either side of it. And like you said, maybe one works better, because I feel like we're going to be doing the same thing. We're kind of doing it kind of on a quorum type of thing right now, because if somebody doesn't support it, then it kind of doesn't get, I don't want to say it dies, but it doesn't get sponsored.
All it needs, it's less than a quorum. All it needs is one other sponsor, but yes.
Yeah, so,
Get the mayor's seal and signature.
yeah, so that's my thoughts right now.
Councilmember Meister.
So in 2013, there was an abuse of power, and that was the change for 86 years, the way this proclamation process was done. And then it was changed in 2013 to where it went to a majority vote. And the simple fact is we have what is called a weak mayor, right? The people don't get to elect the mayor. And another simple fact is we all have our biases. We all have our political agendas. My bias, I believe, leans more towards the side of liberty or freedom. That's my opinion. Some would disagree. So how do we fix this? I am in agreement with the process of bringing it to a majority vote, and then we give an avenue if a council member doesn't or can't get that majority vote, then they're able to do this language that that you added, Councilmember Wyrock, where they get a proclamation, but it no longer carries the city of Porterville and has the city seal affixed. It loses that. If it gets the majority vote, then I believe the mayor should have to sign on, as that is the mayor's duty to represent this body, right? And that's my view on this matter.
Councilmember Beltran?
I just had a couple of notes. One was, I like what Julia had added was as far as, what I just wrote down was like a legal review, just to make sure that there's no verbiage in there that, similar to what we're going to be discussing, could be considered legislative. So not this automatic process of whatever was submitted is going to be accepted. So there would be a legal review just to protect the city in case there's something in there. But like she said, adding the worded for ceremonial use, not for legislative use. And then I didn't know, I like the out where if we don't vote, if there's not a quorum that agrees on this, then it can go to an individual. I love that flexibility because, like to Mr. Lawless's point of, this may be just a one-off situation that just for one individual. I like that. It's one of these things where the pendulum swings, one way and the other. I didn't know, because this is more ceremonial, I didn't know if we wanted it out for the mayor, whoever that may be, to not have to sign something that they may not agree with. But as the mayor, that's unfortunate. So I just didn't know, we may have to sit in that seat at some point. I didn't know if when we're there, if we would want an out, that maybe it doesn't say mayor, it has our names or district, whatever it may be. I do like that some have a higher weight than others for certain causes, but also, that's that political football is, do you want to be that person that has to sign something that they may not fully agree with, even if it is just ceremonial? So that's my only thing. Much like Vice Mayor said, is I'm okay kind of with the process because there are some outs. I just didn't know if you guys wanted to figure out another option for that mayor position to say, I don't want to sign this necessarily because, like I said, this pendulum's going to swing on one way or the other. We may agree with something now, but we may not agree with something later.
Well, if I may, just a thought. If the mayor votes no, I agree, she probably shouldn't have to sign it, but then maybe the office of the clerk could affix their signature to this proclamation, and out she goes, right?
Mayor has a question. Vice Mayor has a question.
I apologize, I did forget to add that piece of my thoughts. So I have a problem with the mayor, whoever that is, during any year, having to sign something that they voted against. I just don't think, yes, I agree that is a responsibility, but I don't agree that they should sign something because they're saying that making that statement that I'm enforcing this. But if there's other ideas of things we could do.
I have a question to add on that.
Okay, for it.
If we pass a resolution that the mayor disagrees with, would the mayor's duty be to sign that resolution?
So with a resolution, yeah, and that's what I was going to say. You might be able to make a distinction between a resolution, because a proclamation is only ceremonial in nature. This is the only reason why you might be able to make this distinction. Resolutions, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. The charter says you're the signer of them, right? So I don't think there's a way around it unless we propose a charter amendment. Right, which is possible, but that has to be approved by the people. So that's number one. But with proclamations, because they do lack that policy, that legislative effect of a resolution or ordinance, or even a contract, because they're not binding either. You can change a proclamation or a resolution, and frankly, you can change a resolution. But I think under that circumstance, the council could probably build that into here if they want to say that if there's an objection or, they can, maybe the council can decide amongst the majority, those that approved it, the majority that approved that particular one, who will sign it. But that would be a decision for the council to make if you want to do that.
So then we're leaning towards the majority vote gets the city seal or affix, and then if the mayor disagrees, we're saying they don't have to sign, he or she.
Would it have to be a vote? I mean, it goes out,
Correct.
somebody sponsors it, first person in can co-sponsor it, anybody else that wants to sign it, and if the mayor doesn't say, I want to sign it, it's signed by the clerk.
That's how we had it before, but
that's
then,
how
it
but here's the
That's
issue
how it
that
was.
that I'm proposing is that I think that if there's a quorum of you or more that are interested in approving it,
We bring it here.
it should come to the city and be a city proclamation and be approved.
I am too. That's how I believe it should be done.
And I'll tell you, I mean, I was here when they made the change, and it was because there was this concern that it was, it was like every other week we were dealing with some sort of charged, potentially divisive, proclamation, and it was starting to wear on the city council, and they're like, we don't, there's just this, it's becoming sort of the we're focusing now on the ceremonial thing that we need to get the city work done. That was that particular council, and
That
they decided
was.
and that was their decision, and they decided, that's why they made the changes they made. Because
So-
they didn't want that to be the center of every meeting. They wanted to be able to get this, what they needed to do and for the city done.
So my thought on that, just adding and thinking out loud here, because right now it's a 24-hour process, right, where we're getting it done. With adding it to the agenda, now it goes on the agenda and then it has to go to schedule matters for a vote? How would that process look?
Well, we could put it on consent and have it pulled. I mean, that's possible. And then just everybody has to be paying attention. And you can choose to pull it and have it become scheduled if it's, if somebody decides they want to pull it because it's controversial.
Could work around.
Right. Yeah, you need it, I mean, it adds, there's time. It will add time. And that was the other thing is that, the other way we were doing this, it didn't. But before, I mean, remember that the original policy was that the mayor just issued them. So we didn't have a situation, so that's what we started with, and then it morphed to the city council approval. But I believe time is okay. I mean, I think generally speaking, time's okay. And here, we didn't have the ability when we had that provision for individual council members to do things. So I think the workaround is that if you don't want to wait to have a city do it, you can ask that an individual council member sponsor and with one other or two others sign off, no more than one other sign off on it.
Well, and I don't mind it, taking 2 weeks or whatever it takes to get to a council meeting. I think there's a process. That gives us longer time to review and really think into whatever the proclamation is.
If I may. Please. I'm hesitant to even bring this up, but in the past, it did go on consent calendar. And then if it was approved, it would come back on the agenda under proclamations if the requester requested that it be presented at a council meeting, which was very common. So is that the intent of the council, to have that section and then the proclamations be presented at a council meeting? Or in the alternative, it could be presented at an event? So they had an option. So that's just something else to consider.
That did take, having it read here in council chambers and did take time. I mean, that did take time. And a lot of people did want to have them read at their event, at their ceremonial event. So that, please go ahead.
And these are not just done by council members, right? These are requested by programs, agencies, groups as well. So I think that's another consideration, is that making the process for them. Because I think what I recall too is that some will like to pick them up and take them to their own event to share. And that's part of the ceremonial piece.
Keep that language the same. So we're needing a motion.
Or what I would recommend here, I mean, I've heard a lot more. So I think what I would recommend, I've been taking notes here, taking copious notes here. And so what I would recommend is if you can give us, we can take the direction that you guys have provided, if you'd like.
Please.
And bring something back, and you guys can look at it.
Make the,
And make a
whatever
final approval.
revisions
So
have
we're
to be
thinking, I don't know, so we're not having a vote here, we're just giving
No.
direction. So is the direction that the majority vote gets the seal affix of the city? We are not making the mayor sign the proclamation. It's optional. And if they do not get the votes, that a council member can bring a proclamation forward, and it is written as, now therefore I, city council member Greg Meister, city council member of the city of Porterville, do hereby proclaim as. I like that language.
Yeah, if it's individual, we would change it exactly to whoever the hosting, if it's more than one city council member but less than a quorum, so really two. If it's two of you, we can do two at the most, but it would be the council member or council members in that kind of wording.
Yes, okay.
And that's in addition to the other changes we noted that were pointed out earlier, by the way. I do think there's some clarification this lends itself to some clarification on, being able to make sure the wording matches to fit what a proclamation, at least the expression versus policy setting. Want to stay away from that.
Understand.
And then, and I did add also a statement that city proclamations would require prior approval of the city council at a noticed public meeting, so that's very clear, but that needs to be done prior, if you're going to have a city proclamation. So, and we'll make changes that reflect what we talked about with regard to still allowing for the process if it's an individual. And don't make the mayor sign it. I got that.
Optional.
Here's just thinking out loud again, I apologize, but what if it's unanimous? Everybody wants to sign on to something and they need it in 2 days. Is there discretion that we could have where we go, oh, obviously everybody's signing on, let's get the proclamation done and then we'll vote on it the next council meeting? Is that
So here's the
illegal
problem,
or
is that
what?
I think that to really clearly follow the Brown Act, that
Right.
should not be happening.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so direction has been given, changes will be made. We'll look at them one more time, and then if we have to modify one more time or look at them or go with them, we can do it at the meeting. Everyone is okay?
Yep.
All right, moving on to number 18.
Thank you. Our next item in order is to consider a draft resolution affirming the city's commitment to the principles of individual liberty, conscience rights, and medical freedom. Item was brought forward to the council for consideration this evening by Councilmember Meister, and recommendation would be the council consider its approval.
Okay, before I open it up for full conversation, I want to thank everyone who has provided input and comments this evening, and I'll be very forthright that when I looked at the document, it's just a comment, that I was looking for something that would be protective of the community with regards to public safety, fire protection, crime prevention, services, anything that was related to city government. Now, Councilmember Meister, I'm going to turn it over to you since this was an item that you requested.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, this resolution speaks for itself. One, I got to thank Blessings of Liberty for sponsoring my proclamation that has now morphed into a resolution, and they do get major credit for bringing this forward, and all I was is an endorser. This really speaks to individual liberty and medical freedom. And it speaks for itself on that. And so I'm not going to dig into some of the wording of the resolution, but what I'm going to do is share my testimony of what I went through during COVID-19 and the abuse of power that I experienced. And I'm going to start with my daughter. My daughter in the 7th grade, 2 years into COVID, decided to take her face mask. She came to me and she said, "Dad, I am tired of wearing a face mask. I'm breaking out in acne, and that gives me headaches." And I told my daughter, "You are an American. You have the right as an American to make your own medical decisions." And so I told her, I will write the school a letter, and I'll let them know that you will no longer be medically kidnapped. And so I followed through with that letter, and I informed the schools that you will no longer medically kidnap my daughter. A week after I gave them notice, they isolated my daughter the first day in the office room by herself all day long. 3 days prior to that, they put a male staff teacher alone with her in this room for 3 days. So that now it's a total of 4 days being isolated alone. And on the 5th day, they unenrolled her. My daughter's straight A student, all advanced classes, athletic, never been in trouble in her life. They used the administration strong arm to destroy my daughter, and it was very heartbreaking. And, you know, they violated my parental rights, which I covered in this resolution. But not only did they violate my parental rights, they raped my daughter of her civil rights. So, you know, what's really fantastic about this is a month after being unenrolled, Governor Newsom waived the rule to wear COVID-19, the protocols for COVID-19 wearing masks. So my daughter was able to go back to school a month later without a mask on. Complete abuse of power. Another example for myself, working at Porterville Developmental Center, I faced serious consequences for not getting vaccinated. I was threatened to be fired. I received emails, I received notifications, all the way to the end. And then they gave me an opportunity for a religious exemption. And here's the thing is, I'm not anti-vax. You know, I've got them all, but I did not choose to get this one, and it's because it's experimental. And what I really love is we had a constituent come in, and she brought a safety data sheet. And so what's amazing is I went and got a safety data sheet from a local pharmacist just yesterday. We are 4 years into this. My paper's a little cleaner than yours. This is what it still says for the vaccine safety data sheet. I'm so glad I didn't get this thing. What are the long-term side effects? You know, it's not just what I went through. There's many people in government that went through this. Military. We're seeing whistleblowers come out around the world that are talking about this, and they use, this was the largest psychological warfare ever pushed on humankind. And it was a great abuse of power. But what just destroys me today, and I feel myself getting emotional, my grandmother, her last year of her life, isolated in a room by herself. Couldn't go pick her up. Had to go buy her a phone so I could do Zoom calls with her, so I could see her, so I could give her communication. Then, as the lockdown slowed down, they tell her she can't leave the room unless she gets this shot. She got the Pfizer's, she took the second one, and a month after the second shot, she lied and died, asking, do you think this is because of the vaccine? She's 92, I get it, she's old. But what a way to go out. What a way to go out. Complete abuse of power across the board on all of us. We live in a time that's unprecedented. Some say we need the spirit of 1776 again. I'm going to stand for that. I continue to stand for that, and that's why I brought this medical freedom resolution. I'm going to continue to fight for it. If you deny me this tonight, I will bring it as a proclamation. I will never give up. I will never stop fighting for my freedoms, for my family's freedoms, and for the constituents that I swore an oath to fight for, and before God. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Beltran.
Ever since seeing this come as a proclamation and then now as a resolution, it's gone through many changes in my head as far as how to convey thoughts. I look behind me and I see, "In God We Trust." That wasn't something past council had to do, because the motto used to be the good life, I believe. Why did they do that? They didn't have to. I think they were challenged as leaders of our community to be a little bold, take a certain stance for a belief, not necessarily telling people what to believe, but those are pretty simple words. I wish we could have followed that a little bit better. And a lot of things we do in our daily life, they don't tell you how to live. It's more of a, if we just stuck to that simple phrase, a lot of things could be avoided. Try not to, people say don't make this political. This isn't about certain, this isn't necessarily excluding people. When I was reading through this, much like Madam Mayor has stated, I was like, how does this necessarily affect Porterville personally? It's not that it affects Porterville personally, it's the idea in which we swore an oath to as council members to our Constitution, not just to the federal government, but also to our state. Those rules will always trump Porterville's laws. Even though we're a charter city, we will always fall under federal and state guidelines. But I think this is much to past council's decision on to change the motto to "In God We Trust." Sorry about that. I try to see the broader umbrella of what this resolution could mean. And this is, I think, reaffirming some of the traditions. And I was looking through this, I'm like, you'll find this verbiage in the Constitution. I wish people would read California state constitution a lot more, because this is where we reside and there's a lot of regulations. There's a lot of discussion about freedoms and liberties, and they're just the first few lines of the state of California's constitution. And unfortunately, we did go through something, this global pandemic. People say we haven't done this before. Yeah, there has been. There's been wars. There have been other health issues with viruses and stuff in the past. But I think this was something that, we live in an era where there's sometimes too much information, or sometimes there's not a trust in God for that decision. It's given to mankind, which sometimes tends to screw things up because of ego, ideologies, false idols, money, whatever it may be. I think a little bit of this, unfortunately, isn't embraced or talked about even in school. And I love this language. It's almost poetic in certain aspects of people came to this country with no promises of what they had to forge communities and build, what became the United States. Death was a big part of that equation, and they faced it no matter what. Our military faces that. There's no guarantee of life. But those three principles, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and I saw that pursuit destroyed. I had family members die. I had friends die because they weren't able to pursue medical attention. They weren't able to pursue mental health because things were shut down. I, too, work for this local school district. I did not have one day off. I worked the whole time. Didn't get compensated for it. But I was also, I wouldn't say threatened, but there was definitely that pressure of get this vaccination. And I wasn't vaccinated. I felt I was healthy. I had actually gotten COVID, got through it in a few days, and I believe I had natural immunity, which Stanford doctors, medical professionals were censored from communicating that. And I think it's a shame that I think this resolution, as much as I don't want to get into too much politics because it doesn't involve Porterville, it is a reminder of where we came from and where are we going if this ever happens again. So I know it may not necessarily pertain to our local police. It may not pertain to local medical procedures, but it did affect our schools. I worked in them. We see the effect now of how long our kids are behind now in reading and math and science that other states aren't because they opened up faster. I'm not going to second guess what council did. I'm not going to second guess what maybe the governors did, but I think this is a good reminder when we are facing a really tough time, either look to these words of rights and liberties or just look at that motto behind us will be a better guideline than the frantic looking for the false idols and false assurances that it's going to be all right. I feel for those that did pass. I'm thankful for those that maybe got the vaccine and it helped them. You had that right. Some people did not have that right. And I think this is part of that resolution, is to make sure whether you're for or against, that's your personal decision. I appreciate you bringing it up. It's not something I naturally go towards, but I'm not going to walk away and ignore it as well. I just appreciate the time to talk about it. And I hear the people that disagree. I'm not saying that their opinions aren't valid. They are. I get that perspective. But just for myself personally, that's how I felt about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock.
It was great to read it. I also did not get the shot. I chose not to. When COVID hit, and the information that we all heard, false or some of it partially truth, they shut down the border from Canada. I was working for a power line company at the time. We had a contract with Southern California Edison to work out of Camp Nelson, and we brought in like 300 line workers from Canada across the border. And we had to put a program together. I spent a little bit of time typing. It did not go through attorney review, but it was accepted to allow the Canadians to cross the border to show up at Camp Nelson and rebuild power lines after the fire. We had to stagger crew starts. We had to mask if they were working together in a bucket. There was a whole list of things we had to do, and we did not force anybody to go get a vaccine. And to my knowledge, nobody died of COVID on the job. My mom was isolated in the hospital. She chose to get the shot. She made it out of the hospital one day after they started hospice. And she was old too. And she had a lot of the physical makeup to where if COVID hits you, it's going to hit you hard. I mean, it's a real thing. And a lot of people were guessing, and yeah, there were people probably profiting from it and sending out their message. And we're seeing now that the blanket's coming off and everything swept under the rug is really there. And it's not dust, but it's tragic when we see it. I really appreciate seeing this prohibition of mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations and vaccine passports from the Palmdale Municipal Code. Thank you for sharing. It kind of makes sense. It doesn't go to the depth of this resolution, and so I'd like to kind of dig into the meat of it a little bit, and I just have some questions to maybe expand the dialogue, so I'm just not doing all the talking.
Go ahead.
Thank you for sharing that Blessings of Liberty, reminding us that they authored this. And I don't believe that they're just trying to win some political argument. I think they're just trying to do the right thing. And I think that blends with everybody's heart that's up here on the dais, the people of Porterville and the staff and our valued employees. I brought with me a copy of the oath of office that I took, that we all took, and it talks about, support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of California. And there's details in it about liberty and freedom. So, again, I support it. I want to go back to some experience, and I'll be brief, in safety and risk management. There was a time, probably 20 years ago, when farm workers were dying in the field when it was hot. There's no regulations for shade, there was no regulations for water, and Cal OSHA issued emergency standards to save lives. They opened it up for public comment, people got together, and they got these standards rolled out. And then after a period of time, they opened it up, the standards board, and people could go and comment about how to implement heat illness prevention protections for not only farm workers and people in the fields, but for construction hands. And I remember early on in my career, this guy didn't get selected for the job that I was selected to, and he comes up to the job site a couple months later, and he's not his happy self. And I said, what's wrong? And he said, well, I took this job, I was there for 3 days, and we just lost one of the team members on a highway paving job down in LA. Heat stress. And he was overcome by the heat. It was his 3rd day on the job. Nobody ever saw him drink any water. Nobody saw him take any breaks. There was no shade. It wasn't required. The guy was, he passed out, and they had to unplug him a couple of days later. So this heat standard came about and developed into what now actually is still on the books, Title 8 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 3205, COVID-19. And they opened it up for public dialogue, and it's a regulation, and employers can be cited if they don't follow the parameters of this law. And it includes notifications and protecting people, and it doesn't have masking and all of that, but it's there. And anybody can petition the Standards Board to have a regulation looked at. And I remember when they wanted to do these rollover life jackets to keep you from drowning, it would flip you over. And I went up to the Standards Boards, I said, the contractor should be able to pick it. You make them have CPR-trained first aiders. You make them have skiffs out there. You make them have ring buoys. We did trainings on how to get a Coke can going down the river really fast and how to lasso it with this ring buoy, how to get a pointer there so you don't lose where that person is as they're floating down the river miles until the Coast Guard gets there. So there's a process to go through all of these things. Heat illness prevention, drowning prevention, COVID-19. It even addresses in Section 3205.1 what employers have to do if there's an outbreak and what an outbreak means. So I just have a couple of questions for our illustrious attorney, Julia. And I kind of typed this down. What is the law regarding a U.S. jurisdiction's, California, requirements, Porterville. What is the law regarding a U.S. jurisdiction's requirements to abide by and/or follow a presidential or governor executive order or emergency declarations? What is the law that says we have to do what they say from on high?
It's constitutionally based. So, and here's the thing. So, good question. First question, I thought you were going to end with, what is the law? Because that's a big...
No, my first question, I didn't ask it, is what is truth?
Yeah.
What is truth? And God, because some people don't even say the name God.
Well, okay, so I wanted to...
ineffable.
I wanted to bring an... So I've just realized how long I've been here by having virtue of this discussion. So did want to point... So I actually was here when the city council adopted In God We Trust as its motto. And I can tell you that I was asked to look at the legality of that before they made the decision. And I can tell you that, I mean, wasn't planning to have this question asked, but I do recall that there is a statute that provides that the U.S. motto is In God We Trust. That was challenged and upheld by the Supreme Court. So my answer, and that actually explains what law is to me. Because it starts generally with a statute or with the Constitution, flows down to statute, which then can become regulations. Executive orders, depending on whether you're federal government or state government, they operate a little bit differently. Federal governmental executive orders and proclamations are actually a little bit more limited under the U.S. Constitution. They are pretty darn broad under the California Constitution for the governor. So I just want to point that out. So when we talk about whether something is constitutional or not, that can mean, and that's probably my one statement I want to make about this resolution is that, my concern is it can very much mean different things to different people. And I think that was very much exemplified by the public comments you had. And honestly, each one of them can be right depending on where the law ends up being. And what the law is generally, it can very often be quite a process. And we have three branches of government for a reason, and the Supreme Court, this U.S. Supreme Court's sole purpose is basically to determine, under the Constitution, what orders, laws, regulations are constitutional. And virtually almost everything they make decisions on with regard to what's constitutional or not has to do with a question of abridgment of fundamental rights. That is our precarious, three-party system balancing that all works. So we've had, yes, there are times, especially at the federal level, by the way, not so much at the state, but at the federal level, there's been some ultimate determinations where either regulations, in fact, there were just some recent ones in 2022 at the Supreme Court level. We finally had, after a very long time with we have 1905 and 1922 are the two Supreme Court cases on vaccinations. And then we finally had something happen in 2022, and the rulings were very narrow. They did not change. This new Supreme Court did not change the vaccination mandate that they upheld back in 1905 and actually reaffirmed even more strongly in 1922. 1922 is also when the Supreme Court expanded to say not only can vaccinations be mandated, they continued to say it's not an absolute thing. It's looked at on a case-by-case basis, but there can be times when they can be mandated. That was reaffirmed. They also found that that could trickle down from feds to state and even from states to local, but it's delegated by the state. So it's important to know that. I mean, that still exists even under the and there were two cases in 2022. One where they found that a vaccination mandate was no longer appropriate, and that had to do with the executive order that Biden had put into place with regard to large companies. But then at the same time, they upheld the one concerning healthcare workers through the CMS. So OSHPD, no, CMS, yes, and it had to do more with the regulations than they didn't touch the prior precedent. So just to give some information. So, and the reason why I'm telling you all that is that it can be a complicated process. And so in looking at this, I did have questions on language because, I'm concerned that although, like somebody pointed out, this can actually be read very broadly to really say individual rights, my body, my choice, all of that would be part of it, right? In every context. But there are terms, and the other thing here is there's a lot of legal terms of art in here. There are. I had to actually go and say, okay, this is interesting. What's this? Conscience rights. Conscience rights is specifically, again, a body of federal law. Here, various laws, including the Affordable Care Act, including the church amendments, including other areas, that basically has said that providers, if they are morally or religiously opposed to providing specific procedures, abortions and sterilizations only, they don't have to do them. If you're a certain if you fall within a certain category of provider. So that conscience rights, which seems like a very broad statement, is actually a legal term of art that is defined by law. Those laws are, and you're right, there are times where things are found to be unconstitutional. There's also parts of the pandemic, for instance, the governor, all 32 of the governor's orders. The Supreme Court, by virtue of refusing to hear a case about it, has left the appellate court standing that says that they were lawful and constitutional. So that's why, I want to make sure that everybody understands this may not do everything you think it does. It may do more than you think it does. It may depend on who's reading it, what they believe. I should also mention that I don't read this to be any kind of admission with regard to any kind of litigation that's ongoing in the city right now. It's generalized statements, and if somebody's reading, but again, somebody may decide that they want to read it that way, right? So I want to make that clear. So those are my only concerns, but ultimately, this is a policy decision for the council to make if you want to do this kind of resolution, if you want to adopt it as is, but it's my job to tell you when there's potential legal issues that could arise. I don't think that there's any problem, like you're going to have anybody come down on you for adopting this resolution. There's no legal problem with this resolution right now. The problem is what do people expect of you to do with this later? And somebody may think that what you're doing is unconstitutional. We may not have an answer on that until it's adjudicated, and maybe it isn't, right? And so then now who's deciding? Who is deciding whether it's unconstitutional or not? I know that, we like to think these are bright line, but if it was bright line, we wouldn't need a Supreme Court to make the decisions.
Thank you, and your explanations were heard, and, I just had, I ride a Harley Davidson, and when I bought it, I was living in Utah, and I took it to Kansas, and no helmet laws. I came to California, moved to Porterville, And one day I got on my bike and I'm riding around, everybody's giving me the thumbs up, and I couldn't figure it out, and they're honking and thumbs up, and I forgot to put on my helmet.
Right.
And so, you know, I abide by the helmet law, because if I crash on that bike and split my head open, who's going to see me next? And what's that going to be for our emergency responders? So I think I owe it to myself. I mean, if I want to choose to ride without my helmet, I can. I can take the ticket. I can pay for 10 tickets.
Well, and that's the other thing, right? You can adopt this and worry about the consequences later, right? I mean, there might be, there may not be. I don't know.
Has the League of Cities, is there any language that, I haven't heard of any group of people coming to put something like this in front of the governor or in front of the assembly, or?
So the League of Cities will generally, if it's a divisive, they look for, it has to be something that basically the majority of the cities, and this is
So
going
nobody's
to
talking
obviously be
about it.
divisive depending on, right,
Okay,
so.
well, maybe it starts here. Somebody mentioned the beautification of their, I'm going to skip that. I made some notes of people coming out. Somebody mentioned, have the medical professionals weighed in on this? A nurse that helps the city, and I'm not sure if, you know, we want to go down that road, because even the medical community is maybe divided on what's supposed to happen now. A couple of more quick things. And this gets into, I don't know if there's a representative from the Blessings of Liberty here, Councilmember Meister, that could speak to some of the specific language in
This is not a
I
public
think, well,
hearing.
I think the public
Okay.
comment was already given, and actually, I think you're the sponsor, right, on behalf of the Blessings of Liberty. Yeah.
Okay, so if you guys will bear with me, you know, I'm looking at page 1 of 3 of the resolution, and I get all the whereas and whereas and whereas and whereas, and, you know, it seems to flow pretty well. But then I turn the page, and we start getting into the now therefores. The first one, item 1, the city reaffirms its commitment to the principles of individual liberty, conscious rights, and medical freedom. So I was wondering, did we ever affirm it? And I think we did when we all took the oath of office, right? To uphold the Constitution and such, correct? Or if we are reaffirming something that already exists, I haven't seen it,
Well,
and
again-
what does the term reaffirm mean to you?
Reaffirm would mean that you're doing it again. And I don't know that we've ever made a determination with regard to specifically the conscience rights that I stated before.
So if we reaffirm, then it's out there in the world thinking, okay, so they already did it, so then why did they do this to me? And could that be possibly actionable against the city if the language stays that way? Well, it doesn't say that.
Well,
Again, okay.
okay.
This is one, we're getting, I mean, these are.
Getting in the weeds, and
I
I've got
know,
some more-
absolutely.
I've got some more weeds to pull.
Yeah.
So well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. This is going to mean different things to different people.
Exactly.
And so, you know, because we are using, like I said, I mean,
You know, there is the comment of my body, my choice, and as adults in America, if you want to trans, as an adult, I don't, that's your decision.
yeah, that's actually an
That's-
abortion
that's part
reference,
of-
but yeah, I get what you're
that's-
saying.
Yeah, so that's part of like, or abortion, I mean, you could abort a child in California up to birth, the moment of birth. So what's, in that sense, I mean, this speaks to that as well, so.
Well, no,
it
that was
is-
my point. That was exactly I don't know that everybody realizes that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted that. And then as lesser magistrates, when we receive orders that are ungodly or unconstitutional, it is our duty to stand and support the Constitution of the United States and support the Constitution of the state. And I just wanted to add that as well. But let's get in the weeds, Don. I like it.
No, it's, you know, I love the dialogue up here. I'm really honored to be a part of this council and to serve the city this way. And I don't, and again, I love this stuff, and I believe in God, and I'm born again, and it's just, but then we have all these wars over religion. I won't get off on that. Item 3, I mean, we already do this. The city of Porterville will not discriminate against individuals based on their, well, we don't, vaccination status or medical choices, and will respect the privacy of individuals and medical information. We don't do that now, and that would be easy to continue with, right? We could almost reaffirm that. We don't require our emergency responders, maybe they have to get a TB test, but but that's a different agency.
Right. I mean, here's the rub, though. What I need to kind of, in California, under an emergency declaration that can be supported, then there are potential for requiring vaccinations under the law. I mean, it's been found it has not been determined to be unconstitutional in California. Now, what's actually pending in the courts right now are several religious freedom cases, because there were some entities, and we did not do this, by the way, we allowed for a religious exemption. And I think, yeah.
I very much made the point of not trying to demonize the city of Porterville or pass council decision-making, but to paint government in a whole and holding them accountable.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at here is that if you read this, you could read this to mean, because discriminate really connotes what is legal discrimination. Well, that's the cases have found there are certain times where you can require, and there are only certain exemptions that are allowed. So you could read that to be consistent. That is my exact point. And I don't know that that was intended by the writers, but that can be interpreted. Because again, ultimately discrimination, whether it's discrimination or not, is determined by a court of law if there's a fight over it. There's statutes, and if the statutes are challenged, then the determination on that statute, or even sometimes the Constitution.
In a medical setting, right?
Medical, religious, I mean, that's, like I said, there are several pending cases right now with regard to whether or not, because of public safety, they were allowed to say, sorry, we're not going to accept a religious exemption. We did not do that.
Vis-a-vis
Just
a
for the
family
record, we
member
did not do that.
who was told by a county agency that he had to get the shot. And they gave him a timeline, and he counted it down, and came to the last day, and they were letting him go. And the union got there, and a week or two later, he went back to work, and he didn't have the shot. And then the governor starts saying, no more masking, and all this other stuff happened. But then there's service members. I have a son-in-law who's in the U.S. Air Force, and he was required to get the shot, and he did. And now I'm hearing that if you didn't and you got kicked out, you could come back,
Yeah.
or people in government, anyways.
Well, there was a case in 2021, I think, 2022, maybe 2022. Actually, I want to say 2022. A federal court had ordered that the CDC require that everyone, not just medical professionals working for the California Department of Corrections, be vaccinated. And the governor actually intervened in the case to defend the policy of only requiring the healthcare workers. And that was decided by the circuit court to be, the Ninth Circuit decided in favor of basically the state against the feds and said, no, it doesn't need to be that broad. It doesn't, you're not required to make it that broad. And so there's actually examples of, that's sort of the fallout of what's happened after the fact.
Okay.
So.
And that's because they were going to have a mass exodus. They knew the consequences of pushing that policy.
Real quick, I know our patience is dwindling here. Item 4 and 5, I'm going to read 4, and then I'm going to read 5. And does 5 contradict 4? And I'm just one person reading this, but the city of Porterville will abide by its primary obligation to individual civil rights as codified in the federal and state constitutions, being superior to public health emergencies. So public health emergency is proclaimed or issued, and federal and state constitutions allow laws and executive orders and things like that. So I just wanted to read that. Being superior to public health emergencies. And then number 5, the city of Porterville recognizes the importance of public health measures to protect the community within the law to promote public health, notwithstanding public health emergencies. So the term notwithstanding has me confused in this paragraph. And it says, we're going to, within the law, promote public health, but not if it's a public health emergency? So I was just kind of confused about that language. I'll continue. Item 6, this one here, I'm unsure of these facts. I mean, it's written on paper, but the city of Porterville acknowledges And I, sitting here, I can't acknowledge what I'm going to read next, that many, well, I kind of can, that many government agencies used regrettable enforcement policies and mandates from proclamations that were both egregious and unconstitutional. It'd be nice to have some references to that. The city of Porterville, next 7, and I underline this, recognizes its inherent authority to evaluate and either sanction or disapprove such policies, and recommits to its residents that it will refuse to follow unlawful directives. So a directive is different than an executive order or some other legal implementation of, I guess, directives, correct?
Well, I guess my question, my note on number 7 was, as determined by who? Are we waiting for a court of law to determine? Because we don't, I mean, that can mean, again, it can mean a lot of
And
things
those
to a
that
lot of different
infringe, especially those that infringe upon the rights or unjustly suspend the rule of law. And my comment in the margin is, who determines this, when? And then I'll skip these last couple of ones. But
keep going.
I do want to have a definition help. I've got a question mark on number 9. The city of Porterville, because I'm thinking about all of our people. If we say, thou shalt not, or thou shalt, and then somebody, builds a fence too close to the sidewalk, we go slap their hand and tear the fence down. But if we say, you're free to do all this and do all this and do all this, but they choose not to, or you can't discriminate, but then they do discriminate, who's going to enforce that law? I mean, is that going to take additional resources? And anyways, number 9, the city of Porterville, and I really like the way this starts.
Well, and the Constitution is law, right? I guess that's where we need to refer to.
Right, but there are constant challenges to the Constitution, and there's constant, interpretations of what's constitutional and not, and that's part of the law by virtue of our three system.
Yeah.
That's part of it, right?
Well, I don't like having an agency tell me that I have to go do something with my body that I don't want to do.
Right.
But number 9, the city of Porterville will continue to monitor and adopt its policies and practices, love that, to protect the rights and freedoms of its residents, I love that, while also addressing public health concerns as embodied in the word of law, not including outside the law impositions. So that would be like an agency making a rule like.
Need a court to determine whether it's outside the law or
So
not.
the CHP says the Porterville Highway 65, the speed limit's going to be 85 miles an hour. They just can't do that, put up signs and start giving us tickets. It's got to go through the state and all of that rulemaking. So if some medical group comes up with this new prescription drug that they want to roll out without a fact sheet, they shouldn't be able to cram it down our throats. I get that. But including outside the law impositions, when somebody tells us to do something, and I guess my question is on this one, did the law say we had to do this COVID-19 stuff?
It was a mandate, it was emergency order.
Ultimately, in California, the answer is yes.
It was a stretch, and
That's what I'm trying to get. I mean,
bites.
just so everybody understands, I mean, the Supreme Court did not decide to overturn the appellate decision that says yes. So with regard to the 32 executive orders that the governor had issued. So, I mean, here's what I'm just going to say this. If the point of this is to kind of insert some civil disobedience, then you have to say that if that's what you mean. Because otherwise, like I said, this is going to mean different things to different people. And so, so if that's the intent, then say what you want, say what you mean and mean what you say, right? And rather than, I don't want it to be, this is going to, you'll probably, this is going to sound funny coming from a lawyer, but I don't want you to throw in a bunch of legalese and legal terms of art to try to kind of, to couch it in pretty language, if that's what, because, say what you mean what you say. If that's what you want to do, make that part, be upfront about it, because I think it'll be clearer, then everybody knows what you're trying to say, right? And you can do that. You can make a statement and decide that that's what you want to do, as long as you understand you got to accept the consequences. But I'm not going to tell you can't do that. This is, in some respects, there's a lot, even though there's policy setting in here to a certain degree, or at least some commitment type language, it's a lot of expression as well. There are things in here that if I was asked if I was going to try to legally it may be hard to legally defend, even some of the whereas clauses, because there's some,
Yeah.
but if it, but I view it as, I'm looking at it as expression. So, and that's okay. I mean, you guys can do that. I only give legal recommendations. I don't tell you what to do and what you need
Are
to do.
expressions better served as a proclamation or a resolution?
If it's a proclamation, I would recommend changing it further, because you wouldn't be making commitments, at least if you're unless you're individual. You can individually make commitments as a proclamation if you want. But if it's the entire city that's going to adopt it, then we would need to, I would change it more to being statements of belief. And then, much like what has come through before, when there's some, strong feelings about certain laws and.
Last council meeting, I want this input. A really great job, Don. You pointed out great points that need clarification. And so I want to, if we are to go forward with this, I want us all to be in agreement to at least three votes, right? So I'm open in that sense.
May I finish? I have
Please finish,
one
and I'd
thing.
like to.
Two
Vice
things.
Mayor.
Number 11, I wrote okay next to 11 because, listen to this. This resolution is hereby enacted by the city of Porterville, and it shall serve as a reaffirmation, it's pretty close, of our commitment to the principles of medical freedom and individual rights. I really kind of like the way that that's worded. And my final thought is, Blessings of Liberty showed up a little while ago, and they're, I believe, a well-intentioned group of people trying to do what they believe is best. And to have them put the work into this and to bring it to you, Councilmember Meister, to share with us, I appreciate that. I know a lot of different nonprofits and for-profits and individuals come to the council with lots of different things, suggestions for proclamations or, consideration on setbacks or whatever it might be. We need that. We need that, and it's valuable. And I think it's really great that we had the chance to talk about this today. But as written, as written, that's what I'm struggling with a little bit in some of the legalese stuff, and I just don't want to bring any harm to the city and have nuisance suits or whatever because people have hurt feelings and they want to report them and then hire an attorney. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor.
So the item, one of the things that stands out is the topic is around medical freedom. Obviously, this does not touch on all the examples of medical freedom, but it was brought up tonight and shared. And first of all, I absolutely agree with having medical freedom. And as reading, this is very complicated the way it's written. I don't agree with it, to be honest, the way it's written. There are sentences in here that I agree with, and I feel that most citizens do as well. There's a lot of the items as written I absolutely don't agree with, and I don't feel comfortable putting the city of Porterville acknowledges and then the statements that are there. I think that I like the idea of doing something more if a council member wants to do that around the statement of belief is, and then their feelings on that. I don't want to go through my whole experience of COVID and the family and loved ones that what I experienced, or I don't think it's important if I got the vaccine or not, or the experiences that we had to go through as council members during COVID. And I appreciate the comments that were made on that there wasn't, mandates to get vaccines by the city. The other thing is I do feel for some of the experiences that were brought up, such as when council member talked about your daughter in school, and that is very unfortunate. I don't agree. I think there was a lot of things that went on that we all experienced like that and was extremely frustrating. But the school districts, to the locals, to the tribal, to what cities and different governments is all different. The city doesn't even have a say in all those different things that went on, or to try to, I guess, create some sort of resolution that this will not happen because of City of Porterville is stating that. I just don't think that we have that authority to say that. And then my main thing is that I don't feel this is our place to make some of these statements. And my biggest concern is stating that the City of Porterville recognizes, acknowledges, or will continue to do these types of things with the legal wording that's in here. Those are my biggest concerns about the document that we're viewing.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank each of the council members for their information. And it is true, everybody interprets things very differently. And I had members of the community that did call, and they had concerns because they read it. I had several that said, this has nothing to do with city government. This has something to do with the medical freedom, and who on the dais has medical expertise? Who has that knowledge on the dais? One of the other things that was mentioned to me, you have to remember that a lot of the things that Porterville was doing was under the auspice of the County of Tulare Health and Human Services, as under the direction of that department. In essence, I had a lot of similar questions as Councilmember Wyrock. I don't like the way the resolution is written, and I don't ever want to put the city in a malleable position. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's wrong either. One of the concerns, we have had several discussions, assuming that there is a deep understanding of and support of the U.S. Constitution. How is this a city power or issue? And we know that the Constitution outlines specifically the ways in which state and federal government share the power in many ways. But unlike federal and state governments, city does not have that independent power. The Constitution doesn't mean city powers or rights. A local city government must be granted powers by the state. The city of Porterville is a charter city, but no actions can conflict with federal or state laws. Is there power granted within the charter to support proposed actions in draft resolution? That was a question that was brought to me by a constituent, and you look at it, and how about if we could provide specifics that would ensure that actions are within the powers granted in the city charter? Once again, reference to the city charter. Recall that state governments have the power of preemption of municipal ordinances because cities do not have independent power in the U.S. legal systems. So again, should this draft resolution be a consideration? There is some confusion the way it is written, and it is with no disrespect. It was brought to my attention, and I looked at it and I questioned it, where it stated that whereas it is important to recognize that executive order agencies' orders or rulemaking as a matter of delegated and non-delegated powers do not provide ability to suspend or circumnavigate individual rights or enacted law. Okay, delegated and non-delegated powers cannot suspend or circumvent. How about constitutional amendments, judicial findings, federal laws, state laws, city ordinances? The Ninth Amendment states that there are individual rights beyond those listed. So where are the rights referenced, outlined, defined, and listed, or can rights just be invented? And then again, what is the definition of individual? Are there age limits, citizenship requirements? What is the definition of resident? Are their length of time living within city limits, taxpayer requirements, citizenship requirements, property ownership requirements, employment requirements, age requirements? This is again how it was interpreted and looking at it. Again, Councilmember Wyrock brought it under the number 1, referencing number 1. The city reaffirms. The city of Porterville is asked to reaffirm its commitments, but when were those first affirmed? The way it's written. And what is the previous action that is being reaffirmed? Those were questions that were already brought up in discussion and dialogue. Now, on number 2, that every resident of Porterville has the right to make their own informed medical decision, including the right to consent or to decline medical treatments and interventions, free from coercion, discrimination, or undue reference. I like to make my own medical decisions. That is a given. But what was brought to the table and in referencing number 2, added was a little further. There is support by a fair number of residents that they would be relieved to know that decisions regarding abortion access, gender-affirming care, contraception access, and gender transitioning, both medical and surgical, could and would be available without discrimination or undue interference, which is how it was interpreted by a member of the community and brought it forth. So I'm bringing them out here. No right and no wrong. It's just information that we are bringing out to the table with how the resolution was interpreted. I looked at it for number 4. The city of Porterville will abide by its primary obligation to individual civil rights as codified in the federal and state constitution, being superior to public health emergencies. The question has been repeatedly asked, what happens when your individual civil rights interfere with my rights? Or often quoted, you do not have the right to yell fire in a theater, in a crowded theater. If you have Ebola or yellow fever or tuberculosis or other diseases that can be passed through air, fluids, proximity, or touch, do you not have a responsibility to follow public health protocols? Vaccination, masking, quarantine, removal from workplace to protect the community. Do we, advocate removing the requirement that all working individuals with students in public schools must test negative for tuberculosis or be in treatment? Would you prefer that the Springville Sanatorium be reestablished? That was an interpretation, how it was looked at that for that item. Referencing back to 9 and 10, it kind of aligns with Councilmember Wyrock. The city of Porterville will continue to monitor and adapt its policies and practices to protect the rights and freedom of its residents while also addressing public health concerns as embodied in the word of law, not including outside the law imposition. What agency, and this was brought up in the discussion, I heard it in the discussion, what agency defines and decides outside law imposition and unconstitutional orders? It seems, and I'm not saying that it is, that it could be or it might be federal and state court and not municipalities. Now, overall, again, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, and everybody has several interpretations. I'm not comfortable with the way this is written, and I, as an individual, and I don't speak for everyone else because I was constantly reminded back in 2016, when I ran for city council on an at-large, the focus and the emphasis was to stay focused on city government, that we should be making decisions to be proactive in the forward moving of projects for our city. And I would have a problem supporting a resolution that does not really pertain, it does pertain to medical freedoms, but doesn't pertain to the governance of the city under auspices of public safety, fire protection, once again, crime prevention, services, water, sewer, trash, recreation, homeless camps on streets and riverways. The list goes on and on. And that is just my opinion, and those are my comments that I bring to the table. Now, I'm going to look to the council, and I'm going to bring it back to the resolution. And in which direction do you wish to go? I personally am not comfortable with the resolution, the way it's worded, or to even have it brought to the table on behalf of the city.
I'd just like to add, we have the Brown Act. I brought this as a proclamation, so it was worded in such a way. Staff, thank you. I think Patrice put this together. This is open for change. And with the Brown Act, I can't go to each one of you and ask your opinion. We have to do this on the open forum. And so, like I said in the last meeting, I want your guys' input. I think you guys pointed out many things that can be changed, made better, and I'm open for it. And medical freedom is essential. I believe it's a constitutional right. There are some issues that we pointed out tonight as far as Supreme Court cases, but I guess my ask is if we can carry this over and you guys add your input in some of this verbiage, and we try to come to an agreement on this resolution. For future pandemics, we set a precedent on how we handle them. So that would be my thought on it.
I really like that offer, and I thank you for that, Councilmember Meister. The mayor shared a paragraph that I also read a little bit of a moment ago, and I'm just thinking about a couple of months ago, we had some discussion here that we can't even tell the school districts not to water their lawns on the day they're not supposed to be watering the lawns. How will this medical freedom within the city of Porterville affect the schools? And, and so but I really appreciate the offer to have some more time to look at this. And, I learned a lot tonight, so
I think we
thank
had
you again
good
for bringing it
discussion.
forward. And I have some other comments for the final communication that we'll all have at the end of the meeting, the other matters. Thank you.
So how do you wish to proceed, council, Vice Mayor?
I just had a brief question. I could ask this later, but going to Councilman Wyrock's, I'm curious about that as well. Let's see, PUSD falls in their jurisdiction. It's in the city limits of Porterville, but they're ran by the Tulare County Office of Education. What jurisdiction?
Yeah, we don't have jurisdiction.
So if we make an ordinance in the city of Porterville, they don't have to follow that ordinance?
Well, we'd have a conflict. We'd probably have a conflict. If we opted, if the council directed, here's the thing. We don't know what we don't know.
Right, yeah. I didn't know if that's been
we don't-
defined by
we don't
other
know.
jurisdictions.
Right, so if we were to get in the situation where, there's well, right now it's a resolution.
Yeah.
If you were, but if, say you did adopt the ordinance, because I think it's more specific, it's.
Let's say you
it
can't
would-
wear a pink
It would
shirt.
very clearly put you
Yeah.
potentially at a conflict.
Right.
Like I said, you might be able to, you might be
Articulate
able
it
to argue
differently,
that
yeah.
it's still consistent, right, with
Right.
what we have.
Okay,
So
that
that
was
being
just-
said in the resolution, now, there are, if you guys direct me, I can take a stab. You may not all like what I try to do to it. I understand that, I don't, because it may be perceived as watering it down. But if you want me to do that or direct me to do that, I have been listening and we've been taking notes, and we can listen to the comments and see if we can
Author.
incorporate that in to, try to see if we can come up with a collaborative
yes, it's needed, right?
Solution in the resolution to what this is, right?
You'd be willing to work
So-
with Blessings of Liberty to try to get the language?
Well, sure, I mean, I
let's,
think we
let's
can-
let Julia, like she said, she listened to all of us. She heard all of our input. Let's let Julia go to work on this and see what it looks like, and if we could come to an agreement on it. I'm open to that. You know, this is, yes, Blessings brought it forward, but now it's no longer a proclamation, it's a resolution, and that's something that we have to vote on as a body. And so I'm not saying that we're hijacking it from Blessings. They did a great job bringing us the body, the draft, but we need to do things that make it clarify and make it legal, I guess.
Or, I mean, and I'm an eyes wide open person. Even if you don't, I mean, there's never going to be it's probably, you know, always people can interpret, you know, anybody can argue about anything, right? But I think at least then I can clearly identify where, you know, where the potential issues may be in the future.
Yeah.
Like, for example, you know, and again, we won't, law of unintended consequences, you won't be able to grab them all, right? One just came to my mind. I was thinking, what would this do if the governor, and you know, if there ends up being laws that impose, you know, institutionalization of some of our mentally ill, you know, because that's being addressed right now currently in New York, and I know that they're talking about it in California, and a medical freedom resolution might have an impact on that, right? So just a thought. So, you know, just already there's things I'm thinking about, like, oh, okay, like we just haven't thought about this. Yeah, but we can at least identify, you know, like potential general areas where there could be future issues, and you can decide you want to live with that.
So,
that's
and
fine.
another point I want to make, there was comments about, you know, as a resolution, and then there's ordinances that a city can make. And Palmdale led the way in protecting civil rights in their community with ordinances. And now that would take 4 votes, right, to get that done. But my point being is, yes, the governor can make a mandate, but as lesser magistrates in a charter city, we can create our own ordinances.
Well, our ordinances have to be, again, consistent with what your resolution says. Your ordinances have to be in line with the state and federal constitution. So I don't think the Palmdale ordinance is tested yet. But, you know, usually I like to, you know, typically I'm very conservative. I like to, you know, when I recommend ordinances, I like to know that they've been, you know, I don't want to be the novel battle and spend the money on having to fight that in court. But I don't think anybody's going to challenge you necessarily on it until there's an action, there's implementation of it. And if we won't, you know, God help me if we have to have another pandemic in my lifetime. I'm really crossing my fingers that we don't. But, you know, never say never.
Yeah.
So, you know.
You know,
possible.
you really think of, you make that comment, and then I think of the CCP COVID-19 lab in Reedley, just north of us, and with Ebola and all kinds of crazy viruses. I mean, I hope you're right, but I'm living in 2023 and times are wild, and so I want to protect the people's rights.
No, I absolutely.
And that's the only reason why I brought this forward.
My only point was, it's just it hasn't been tested yet because there hasn't been.
Yeah, and we live in unprecedented times, and so we need unprecedented leaders, and I'll leave it at that.
I have another comment. If the council does decide to have our attorney work on this, spend time on this, because it is going to take a lot of work just from the comments that we've made and questions that we've made. It's basically rewriting from almost scratch. But I think you said something earlier that might help the process. You know, you just said, because basically this is about COVID. It's not really about, or a pandemic, I'll say. So
It's
would it
about the
help?
procedures and the policies
Hold
that were
on.
enforced during COVID.
So would it be easier, you said a comment of like, say what you're trying to say. So if Councilmember Meister gave a little more, this is what I want, then we could, it would be easier to dive in. Do you think that would help? Or are you okay just going off of everybody's kind of questions?
Well, I
and
guess it depends. I
comments?
mean, is there, if
Because I don't know that it's just medical freedom, that topic.
well, is it? I mean, I guess that's a good question.
I don't-
Are we talking solely about medical freedom here? I guess I
Because
should ask that
then
question.
that there needs to be other things.
That's separate
There
from
has to be.
COVID, right? There's like,
It kind of feels like it's the pandemic.
It's a bigger picture.
Is it is it emergencies only? Is it medical freedom only? I guess those are the questions.
I think that would maybe help the process.
I think it's more to ruling through emergency orders and yes, COVID-19 is a big exposer of this, but it's, when ruling through emergency orders, there's great violations of civil rights and constitutional rights. And we may have failed to highlight that and clarify as needed, but if you could put your input and what, like Councilman Wyrock brought up, some of those issues as far as verbiage and maybe double speak that went on in there, and we remove that and be more clarifying on how to handle future pandemics and unconstitutional mandates that violate civil rights. I don't know if that answers your question, or what do you, so are you saying, do you want to highlight the COVID-19, or my issue is not COVID-19, that was real. My issue is the violation of civil and constitutional rights through emergency orders.
Vice Mayor, you had a.
And I was going to say, was it unconstitutional? Because then we're just back to the same thing. Like, we're trying to write something that we didn't all agree with.
I think there will, like I said, things are still being adjudicated from this. It takes time. So some might be, there may be decisions, and there were some decisions. There's been at least one Supreme Court decision with regard to OSHA, for example. There's some Ninth Circuit decisions, going both ways. There's some state Supreme Court decisions. So it's a mixed bag. It's not every emergency order was unconstitutional. I mean, it's not even close to that. So, in fact, it's more likely than not, most have been found to be constitutional. And so that's, I feel like I have to say that because I think that it's not, I don't want to pretend that that's not true. I mean, that was the finding. There are lots of people that disagree with that. So that's what I'm getting at is so, if you're wanting to do civil disobedience, make a statement of civil disobedience, then you kind of have to say it because otherwise this can be interpreted to allow for, you are allowing, and that, I'm an officer of the law. I'm supposed to tell you, you want to follow the legal processes for things. So, that's why I think that, you don't want to dance around issues, be clear about them, and I can highlight things and flag things if I think that there's, if I have a question on it too.
Let's not dance
If you guys
around
want to
it.
hear my opinion, I don't
Make
want to
a
give my
motion.
opinion unsolicited, so.
Make a motion for the way you want staff to go forward. I've brought my point. I would like staff to update with some of the conversation. If you're not wanting that to go forward, then make a motion and we'll vote on it.
I was just going to make a brief comment. I was trying to find it in the handbook, but I remember when we were addressing that months ago, there was an addition we put on there that it was, again, I think there was some verbiage in here to make sure that it was in line with state laws or.
Oh, yeah, that's my favorite thing to put in, right?
Right, just to
fullest
make
extent
sure
permitted
that.
by applicable law.
Everything's going to come to us to decide
I
on.
say it all the time.
But just to make sure that it's.
severability.
Right, I mean, it's.
I can put that in, I don't want to do that without getting direction from the council or having, I don't.
Because that's come up, was just like the period at the end of the sentence, and then we can, when things come up, unfortunately, they probably will at some point, the future council can then address it at that point. But we will follow state law. When you get
Ultimately,
into
you
the
follow the
weeds and
law.
the gray area when it starts to become mandates and.
And that's where
Yeah.
I turn back to what Palmville did. That's a different process, but yeah.
That's,
Right, but that is to be determined. I feel like this will, and like I said, it could sit for years without any issue, right?
Well, they didn't touch it, right? Because it could have went the other way as well. We could return power back to the lower magistrates.
So do we want to table this and get back, or do we want to just vote and?
That's what I asked for, but.
I'm asking
Madam
council,
Mayor.
how do they wish to proceed? Vice Mayor?
So I have no motion because I am, the reason I brought up those last topics is because I'm just trying to help move the process that you want. I'm not going to fight for it because this is not something I brought forward, so I have no motion at this time.
I have no comment as to where we are now. I already stated that I wasn't comfortable to begin with, and it was pretty much not a city government. I wish we could have been talking about the library tonight. Me too. And moving it in a direction in a city matter as to where we are with funding and or maybe another project that we were doing within the city. Those are just my comments.
We'll add some time in other matters, Madam Mayor, to talk about the library if you so wish. I think it's true. There's so many issues here, but I can only assume that you would not want to knock on your door, none of us would, and somebody comes in and says, this is the way it's going to be, and that's not what our founders fought for. They tried to get out from underneath of that. That's why they got on a boat and went across the sea. And to your point, the chance of death was before them every single day. They had to fight for survival, and we shouldn't have to fight for survival anymore. We shouldn't have to fight to remain free. Well, we do have to fight to remain free, and this has been a great dialogue. And so I really like your recommendation to get some language. If Liberty wants to take part in this and help out, maybe everybody wins, right? Everybody wins. Thank you.
So if there's no motion, it goes away, or we can make a motion and,
No, I think just seconding what Councilman Wyrock said, the direction is for our city attorney to take our comments tonight and fix it up. It sounds, and then we could get it back to schedule matters for discussion, right? And you offered blessings. I don't know how that would exactly work.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
Council Member, may I interrupt?
yes, go ahead.
It's very rude of me, and I apologize.
You're fine.
Do you really think that this is the best use of city resources and time to take the stand? I know that other cities are going to maybe do it in the county and the state. Are we doing more than? No, I mean, we all took that oath. We all took that oath, and we need to protect our people. So I'll refrain from
I like
expounding
that
on
you
that-
went back, and
on that
that's
thought.
exactly where I was going to go with it. I believe we have a duty to protect our citizens' rights. And we all have different stories on how COVID was handled, but the simple fact is we have to learn from our errors. There's always lessons learned. And so we made an attempt, it's a draft at some lessons learned through emergency orders, and it's flawed. I'm not trying to sit up here and act like this was a perfect resolution. In fact, it was brought as a proclamation, and staff did a good job, in my opinion, of rewriting it, and I approved of it. Maybe I should have took it to Blessings and said, do you approve of this at this point? I failed to do that. So at the same time, I can't come to each individual member here because that's a violation of the Browns Act. And this is part of the public forum where we put it out, and we all get to give our input, and that's the beauty of this. So now we've done that. The city attorney has a direction, for the most part, through our comments. You've been taking notes, right?
Yes, I have. Well, and I'll listen to the tape too.
I'm
but
going to
yes.
put closure. I'm going to put closure. Is this something that will come back next year, in January?
I was going to say, it probably won't be able to come back in 2 weeks because I have another big item
That's
that's
where I'm
really trying to get to you
I'm
guys.
just going to bring it back to that.
That's fair enough.
But I can bring it back probably the next meeting, which would be the second, which we won't have, I believe we're not having our first, but it'll be that second meeting or the second, third
week of
Tuesday
January.
in January.
Okay,
Third week of
so-
January.
Yeah.
And
So I'm
Madam
gonna
Mayor,
just-
if I may just offer a point of clarification, when I rewrote that, all I didn't change any language at all. I just changed the formatting from a proclamation format into a resolution format. I made no edits as far as the language.
Okay, so now with all of that being said, I know that there's going to be revision, and even then, it doesn't mean we have to vote on it. I mean, we can vote on it with a yes or a no or whatever, and we go on with it. But I want to make sure that you have ample time, that it comes back in a meeting in January or February, whichever one you deem appropriate.
I'll shoot for the one in January.
Okay, and that is your direction, and we'll continue this, and we'll move on. How's that? Number 19.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final scheduled matter this evening is your regular status and review of the declaration of local flood emergency. Have provided information in your packet relative to the census of the Armory, which did see an increase, although I will tell you in the last week has gone, or since the staff's, since this last weekend has gone through a decrease. So I think, in fact, actual census for the evening before was 20. So we did see a spike up to almost 29 as presented in there, and then went downward. So other than that, really no new information to present other than continue to work with FEMA and providing of documentation relative to requested reimbursements, and subject to the council's consideration of finding of need to declare continued emergency.
Okay, council, how do you wish to proceed on this? Let's get going, cut to the chase.
I can't see, my computer died, but I'll make a motion to continue the declaration.
A second.
We have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll move on now to the AB 1234 reports. However, I'm not going to give my TCEDC report because Erica provided us with the information. The Internal Audit Committee of November the 29th was canceled, so there's nothing to report. We'll move on into oral communications. Is there anyone that would like to come forward?
Brock Neely, address on record. Want to be real careful following Palmdale. When Palmdale was sued to go to by district elections, they almost sued themselves into bankruptcy. Be careful.
Anyone else? Anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We will now move on to other matters. I'm having a difficult time expressing this, but this evening, we received a letter of resignation from our city manager, Mr. Lawless. I have very mixed emotions, and I just want to be one to say, John, I may get emotional, so you'll have to bear with me. I saw you transition into your position as city manager when I was coming to council meetings, and your predecessor was John Longley. And I saw the momentum. Over the years, I got to know you, but as on council, I saw a man who promotes within, and there's always, always a succession plan. But it's very difficult because I shared some tragedies with you. And to continue the continuity and the flow of the city and government is beyond exemplary. You have a wonderful, dedicated staff that with this, I know that the city will continue to run as seamless as possible because your dedicated staff can pick it up. I don't want to see you go, but I can't keep you here, but I know that Porterville is your home. And that's where I'm going to stop because I'll be a crybaby. Councilmember Beltran.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say I had the privilege of hearing you give us a speech in closed session because there's so many others that are worthy that you worked diligently with to express that, and hope you get another opportunity to express that just not only to the employees, but to the citizens that you served. As much, this is a learning process up here. And I thank you for your patience. I thank you for your wisdom when we have our meetings. I know it feels like they might be long, but I value your experience and your wisdom. It's going to help me serve our community better. So I thank you for that. Yeah, it's hard to go on about great Christmas parade, tree lighting ceremony. There's a lot of stuff in our community that are jewels and proud to make Porterville my home. And, you know, this was a great discussion, long, but I'm glad it was civil, because there was times when it can't be. You know, I'm thinking about the Second Amendment. I'm a Second Amendment supporter, and that's in our Constitution and federal law that we have the right to bear arms. And the arms aren't for hunting. It's to protect ourselves against tyranny. But yet here in the state of California, there's a difference of opinion at the state level, which are eroding those rights. Then locally, we have a sheriff that supports the Second Amendment. So this conundrum goes on in all different matters, not just the one we spoke about today. But I just hope those that make the decision, just like we do today, just to listen to the constituents, listen to our oaths, and make the best decision possible. So thank you.
Councilmember Wyrock.
You come to town with your character and you leave your reputation behind. And what a reputation, Mr. Lawless. You're handing us a city to take to the next level or to let it crumble around us. And while we're up here and while the community keeps coming, I think there's bright hope for the future of Porterville. Thanks for setting us up so well. You will be missed. I have 5 pages of notes, but first I want to say at the holiday season, there's families that are struggling. There's families that are in pain. There's families that have, they're going through horrific moments. And let's continue to reach out to them and be there for them, friends, people that we know. I think we should consider a special meeting to discuss next steps for the organization of the city manager's office, and I'm sure we'll find an opportunity for that. I'd like to thank the emergency responders and the heroes that they are for helping those suffering and grieving, and may you be comforted during this season. I'd like to see if we could grant some relief to Pastor Randy's request to fix his sidewalk. I'm sorry I didn't bring that up after the last time he spoke to us about that. I think a reminder letter to the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency for that request from information from our withdrawal letter from 2023. Maybe a reminder letter going out would be appropriate. A couple other quick things. I'll talk about that some other time. I'd like to speak to the state of the city. I did watch it on YouTube the very next evening. Mayor, you did a great job, great speech, great recognition for the different departments that have done so much for the city. Christy Martin up there with her leadership and her staff's passion to really help you and our staff showcase the city. And then finishing it up with Mr. Lawless's, presentation of the directors and the different city staff that were there. Really enjoyed watching it. I wish I could have been here. What a beautiful venue, too, at Eagle Mountain Casino. Great place to have it. And that's really the fruition of a lot of visions from different people, including the Truly River Tribe and, with Porterville Area Development Agency and, working with General Manager Matthew Magroni. Just great things happened out there. The exceptional delivery of city services through the leadership of John and our directors. I've got all their names here. You know who you are, and it's appreciated. The last thing that I'd like to say is, Councilmember Meister, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to work with me to draft a letter to the governor and to the Senate and to the Assembly about some of these things we discussed tonight, and go on record as individuals and Yeah, if it's a council thing, maybe we can bring it back to council, but I think they should be put on notice that, we don't want stuff like this to happen the way it happened again. Again, I want to thank Blessings of Liberty and you for bringing that forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll end it there.
Councilmember Meister.
Councilman Wyrock, that'd be a great honor, and I would love to collaborate with you on that effort. Just to talk, I missed First Friday Coffee in the state of the city, and great job to you, Madam Mayor, in representing the city and talking about the progress. And I love a data point that crime rate is down around 20%. And I'd like to think that, well, my first year in, all right, I did it. But it really goes to the people's tax dollars going to work and being able to hire more police officers and have more influence on the street. And a great job to you gentlemen in the back. Continue to get that crime rate down. We greatly appreciate it. It's a great statistic. Had a great time in the Christmas parade. I was invited to the VFW in Springville to celebrate the remembrance of Pearl Harbor. Thank you to Greg King for the invite. I also, on the 28th, I attended the Tulare County Board of Supervisors meeting for the Parental Rights Awareness Month proclamation. And it was a great honor to be associated with that. And I'm currently, and Councilmember Beltran was added in the email as far as working with the chair of the county, Dennis Townsend, to work on a mattress dump location here in the city of Porterville. I know staff will find a way to get this job done. Looking forward to that. And I have two heavy things here, and I'll just address one to John Lawless. It's been a great honor for myself to just even be associated with you in this last year. I've always bragged that you're in your prime, and I know some would say, what are you talking about? But what I mean by that is he's experienced, he's seasoned, he's a wealth of knowledge. I constantly learn every time I've gone into a meeting with you, and there's not many leaders like you, and I mean that with all of my heart. It's been a great honor, and I wish you the best. And it's not goodbye; it's just farewell. So, and then for myself, had a close family friend had a tragic accident this last week. 2-year-old child fell in a pool and drowned, and she lost her pulse. And very heartbreaking. And as I got on my knees and I prayed for God to breathe life in this girl, into this little girl, and to heal her brain, I realized coming away that God works through all of us. We are the fingers of providence. To the first responders that were there within 3 minutes, the dispatcher that talked the mother through CPR, to the firefighters that were there in 5 minutes, you saved this little girl's life. There's many times we take public service for granted, and I'm just greatly humbled and appreciate you more than I could ever acknowledge. So I thank God for all of you, and just wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple things. One, the state of the city is one of my favorite things of the year. And I remember when I first sat through one, I was really impressed because the photos, but the information, it just really tells a story. A lot of things that, we forget and details, but it just I guess it's kind of a snapshot of all these things that have gone on throughout the year, and then all the different work that the departments have done throughout that year and all the accomplishments. And this year, when you know, what the date was coming up, I was just encouraging as many people as I could to be there to witness that and just kind of take that in. And I think the location made it even more beautiful. The mayor does an excellent job, and then just having all the staff there in person just really made it, you know, a successful event. But I wanted to mention a couple of things. Thank you, Mayor, for always being so classy and professional and you know, a leader for us. And then I wanted to also acknowledge the staff, because I got there at 6:30 because I had a meeting with the chairman there before the State of the City, and our staff was already there with the microphones set up and everything being tested and the podium, and you know, they had the food and coffee over on the side, so there was room for people to come in and out. Just like so much preparation goes in. And those are little things I notice, because those are things I have to do in my other life, that type of thing. And it's a lot of work. And I don't want to name all the staff because I'll forget somebody. And there was a lot of them there working to make sure everything was ready to go. But I do want to mention Alita Verduzco because of something that I witnessed, and I witnessed this several times over the past years that I've known her, and then her becoming a city staff, was she walked around the room several times to ensure she created a list. And whether this was her role or not, she was asking different people in the room about ensuring she had every dignitary on that list. And I know because she asked me, if you notice another tribal council member walk in, please let me know. And then I heard her ask the chairman the same thing. And then she went from person to ensure she had all the county representatives and state, local, and all of us on there. So I just think that detail is so big, because by the time, you know, those speeches are given out, everybody in the room is acknowledged and the room's crowded. So I had to leave right at 8 because I was invited to a luncheon for the American Indian Chamber of Commerce annual luncheon in Anaheim, and it started at 12, so I had to leave there right at 8 to go there. But I was glad I got to see everybody and my peers and see the staff. Really loved it. Great job. And the only other thing, first I want to say my sympathies to you and your family and your friends that you even experienced that this week. And then the last thing I just want to say is to our city manager, just want to acknowledge your professionalism and the things that I admire about you. A couple things is I see you as a teacher and a mentor to staff and even us as council members. But also you're a learner, and you want to learn and you want to ask questions and know things about us and about our views in the city and our residents and questions. But I think that you are more, I think that one of the things that you have and you've instilled in your staff is the important relationships with our residents, our citizens, our community, in our hometown, but also council members, current and past, all the staff, I feel like every staff, and then our partners and peers, and I think that's what's going to be missed because they all know you, and I think it's going to be a pretty big shock. But the last thing I will say is that I feel like probably the best thing about this situation is that you are going to do what you are really great at. And that, to me, is extremely hard to find. But I feel grateful for us in our city that you've instilled that in the staff, and I feel like we won't skip a beat. But we will miss you.
I would like the staff who is on virtually to turn their cameras on. Humor me this evening. Except Maria, I had to say Maria, she's not going to do it. Okay. I want to say, I was excited at the Christmas parade this year because all 5 of us were in the parade. And it was wonderful to see the kids, to see everybody just go through and be a part of it, and to be out there with the crowd. Look at everybody, look, everybody's chiming in. They're team players. Look at that police department. Yes.
Armed guards.
Yes, they love our city manager. Look at that. And then the next day, the state of the city, it was just wonderful. But the reason I asked them to come on, at the very end of the state of the city, man, that was probably the most awesome picture of all the staff and everybody just, I mean, even people that didn't want to have their picture taken were up there. And it was wonderful to see that at the very end. And thank you to each of you, because you guys are team players. And to be a part of that state of the city, and you guys were there, that said a lot. And it was a history and a venue. John, I don't deny that I'm going to miss you. I mean, all those trips to Washington, D.C., all that running around and all that. No, let me carry the bag. No, not going to take a big bag. I'm taking the small one. I'm carrying it with me. And guess what? I mean, I won't even have to worry about writing it down on your performance evaluation. But I am definitely going to miss you, And I know you're a phone call away. And I know where you live. So that's an okay thing. But know how I hold you in high regard, because when I would sit in council chambers and I had questions, you were always readily available to answer them. And when I came on to city council, how we sat and we spoke for the longest time, and you were always attentive. How can I help you? Is there anything that I can do for you? Always, everything. But your staff also know that you were that person that they know that they could call and that you would always be willing to help them. Now, one of the things that I'm really, really going to miss is this conversation over here. I don't know how that's going to go on. I mean, I don't know who Julie's going to be talking to. But I'm really going to miss it because I'm gonna wonder what's going, it's like, what's she gonna be doing over there all by herself? She's gonna be a crybaby right now too. And, but anyway, yes, but I just want you to know that you have been, as young as you are, a mentor to us. Okay? And I appreciate that. And our friendship and everything that goes along with it. Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Lawless?
Well, it's a surreal moment. You know it'll come, but it's never real. As you saw in my letter, it's very conflicting. But you try to make it one of being genuine and being, and I love the comments about learning, because I learn something every day. And I tell this, I said, well, I learned that today. And it's another piece to be able, I appreciate Councilmember Meister saying, learning something every day, and then, I learned something about the city every day. And we had a lot of conversation about COVID, and you know, within that was the library fire and all the challenges that came along with that, and caused for a lot of searching and you know, praying about it. One of my early mentors, first mentors, was Gary McKeel, and I really benefited. That was 30 years ago. And I want to sidetrack just for a second and just say, you blink and it's over. And 15 years as manager seems like 5. So to those in the organization, you blink and it's over. And I can't believe 30 years ago I started, and I sat and had the privilege with Gary McKeel to talk philosophy as a 22-year-old, and a guy that was a superintendent of a district, and giving me not only life lessons, but leadership lessons. And I ran into his widow this weekend, and had the chance to thank her again for, he was one of the first, and there's a whole continuum of people that have, you surround yourself with the people that make you better, smarter than you, and take a piece with them with you. And every member of council I've been with, I've been able to take that. I think that's one of the rare privileges of working for not just one boss, but 5, is that you're able not just to take from one, but to take from a lot. And then to surround yourself with people who are really smart and really good at their crafts, and just soak in and just listen. Listen to Mike Knight, listen to Brian Cogburn, Jake Costello, Maria Bemis. I just listen to them and just digest it. And I look at this team here, and Gary would say there'll be a time when you know. And so, you know, I was trying to search what that would be, and God closed doors that, you know, just kind of curious to see. And then this was one I didn't come looking for. And I asked myself, how do I want to finish? How do I want to finish this journey? And probably my biggest regret here at the city is just not having the time. Time is your most critical, important resource, and just not having the time to invest in employee development as much as I want to. And in fact, I joke with Patrice about switching jobs, because I think there's magic. I started out as a human resources professional, and finances brought me here to the city. I didn't want to be a manager, and only did it because the council asked, and told them that, you know, if either of us don't think this is a good fit, just let me go back to what I came here to do. So, and that's what I'm going back to do. Economic development, we joke about, my first love is human resources and organizational development, and my mistress, if you can call it that, is economic development. And so that'll be things that I get to finish, I would say, in the next chapter. But I wanted to, and I just can't thank enough to the council, and I appreciated Councilmember Beltran's comments. I just can't thank enough the footprints that have been left and fingerprints on me by, you know, the first council that hired me, Pete McCracken, Cam Hamilton, and that's part of the sorrow and the emotion, is the people that to me, were the Mount Olympus, or they're not here. But I still very much feel their spirit, and hopefully those are legacies that continue, just like Gary McKeel's did. But I can't thank the staff enough. The OGs, as I call them, so Julia, Patrice, and Maria, they've been with me from the beginning, and they made me a better person. And I always appreciated their insights. I was just very fortunate to work with those very fine fine professionals and women. Really appreciated that. Well, and the last thing, Gary McKeel had and I tell you the story, he had something in his office, it was on his desk, and it was by Lao Tzu, and it was framed, and the saying is, a leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, they will say, we did it ourselves. And I remember I was in Phoenix, I was talking to Michael Knight, and he was, they were telling us this is it. This is the great flood. Porterville is going to be underwater. And of course, that got me a little excited. So got in the car, started home, and I had so many, I was on the phone constantly on the way home. And got back, of course, my car wouldn't start, so Jason Reiner had to come pick me up. I get into the EOC at 4:30 in the morning. Everybody's worked all night. And I remember sitting down and I go, they got this. They all know their role. I appreciate Councilman Meister sent me something. They have intent. They know exactly what they know why they do what they do. And they can anticipate. And so I remember just going back, I don't know what I was so concerned about and so anxious to get back. They got this. And that's where that was best embodied, is that saying there, when you feel like you've made a difference. And so I guess with that, that's how I'll end.
Thank you.
Sorry to be so verbose, as I told, that's one of my flaws.
Don't apologize. Look at who we got on the screen over here. That's wonderful. Look at those smiles. All right. It is 10:57. Meeting adjourned.